if any. So I will call on Honorable Queen Star Mahama Ayariga Sawyer. If you have any question for the nominee, you may do so.
You're welcome, our leader, Honorable Ayariga. As a committee chair, we are proud to have you, and we know you do a good job for Mother Ghana and the President. I wanted to know your take about the National Cathedral, the building and the ideas behind the construction of the National Cathedral by the former administration. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. I believe that Ghana and Ghanaians, we are a deeply religious people, and even though constitutionally we are considered as a secular state, we are deeply religious people. We are Christians, we are Muslims, we are traditionalists, and the different other religious groupings that we have in our country. And I believe that having cathedrals, church buildings, mosques, and other worship centers are great, exciting things that enable the practice of religion. So the idea of having a national cathedral is, in my opinion, a wonderful, exciting idea. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a national cathedral for the Christian community in our country. If you are asking specifically about the National Cathedral that President Nana Akufo-Addo, when he was president, initiated, I also don't think there's any problem with the idea. I think it was a good idea that was badly executed. Otherwise, I don't think there's a problem with having a national cathedral. I personally had issues with the location that was chosen. I thought that...
Honorable Nominee, Chair, respectfully, you are a leader, and we have a certain attitude when leaders appear before a committee. I sit here with a political position on matters and also in the national interest. So I would want to remind colleagues, especially my respected colleague, we entered the chamber together. When very political questions are asked and they lead to some political answers, what it means is that it changes the atmosphere. Then I am compelled, therefore, to act in a certain way. It's just a reminder so that what was generally agreed as the protocols for leaders could be properly observed. Because I cannot sit here whilst an answer is given which seeks to run down my government that served this country, and we know that there was an audit report that cleared those people, that there was no wrongdoing by Ken Oforiatta or anybody, and then somebody would deliberately drop National Cathedral, which may lead to political answers, then I am compelled to now discuss the audit report and all that. So, Chair, I will plead with members, if we all had a gentleman's agreement, let's act in good faith. Else, I have to trigger the necessary political tools available to me. I'm saying this as you know, in all good faith, in all fairness to all of you.
Honorable Minority Leader and Honorable Ranking Member, I have listened to the nominee and I have not heard the nominee accusing anybody in any manner whatsoever. Honorable members, let's observe the rules. We interrupt where the need be. Nominee, you may continue, but be brief in your answers.
Yeah, so I said, personally, I think it's a good idea. The only issue I had, and I said personally, not politically, I had issues with the location. I thought that the location would rather just increase the traffic congestion in that neighborhood. And I also felt that it wasn't the best idea that, given the availability of a lot of land by the ocean, that we hadn't elected to use those lands that were free, and then we pulled down bungalows. The second issue is also that I believe that we should have mobilized a lot of private and philanthropical support for the construction. And that also, I think, was a shortfalling of the entire project. But if I am approved by this House and I become the minister responsible for chieftaincy affairs, I will engage the leadership of the Christian community in this country. And I want to assure you that if they remain committed to the construction of a national cathedral, I will engage the president, and if it is the wish of the president, I will wholeheartedly support and mobilize for the project to be continued and, God willing, completed.
Very well. Any further question?
Yeah, I am a bit particular about this. I wanted to ask about what you would do about the relationship between our MMDCs, some of them, and between them and their members of parliament. That is not quite stable. Thank you.
Yeah, for so many years now, we've had situations where some MMDCs and some members of parliament have had difficulty working together. I have, by God's grace, risen to the level of leading this House, and I understand how distracting it can be for a member of parliament to be sitting in Accra working and to have a DCE or MMCE back in the district undermining the member of parliament. For any group that is in government, it is not a good thing, whichever way you look at it. Because if you undermine each other, you are threatening the very viability of the political group. You are destroying your chances of winning or retaining power. And so for those in government, it is not a good idea. And for those who are in a position where the DCE is in one party, the MP is in another party, it is not in the spirit of the Constitution that you should not be working together. The MP has his rights. He has his common fund, and he's entitled to use his common fund within the framework of what the Constitution and the common fund legislation allows, and the formula that we approved in this House. And so I will use my knowledge and experience to try and then build a better working relationship between members of parliament. MP has issues with their members of parliament. I'll use my, any MP has issues with their DCEs. I'll use my good office to try and make sure that I resolve the issue so that we can have smooth operation and running of assemblies at the local level.
You're welcome. I then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Alexander Akwesi Akwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Leader. Leader, as a follow-up to what the chairperson asked, when your name was mentioned...
You are to ask a substantive question, but
yes,
not a follow-up question. So I will treat that as your substantive.
That's fine. That's fine. When your name was mentioned, we had a couple of MPs coming to us, the committee, and giving us questions with regards to their common fund. And so, a person like the Tema Central MP just hinted us that since he came into office, his common fund has not been released. So we thank you so much for the promise that your doors are opened and we can knock on your doors for some of these things to be rectified. Thank you very much.
I want to assure him that immediately I assume office, he should come over. There's no basis for his common fund not being released. The common fund has been released by the common fund administrator and transferred to the assemblies. I believe that maybe what he's saying is that he has instructed procurements and those are not being processed by the assembly. So that I will make sure happens expeditiously.
Yes, any further question? Very well. I will then give the floor to Honorable Charles Agbebe.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Leader, I would just want to congratulate you on this appointment and welcome you to the local government secretariat. We in the committee will be supporting you very much. Congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Dr. Chiasama.
Thank you, Chair. And congratulations, Leader, for your nomination. As part of your portfolio at the ministry is the chieftaincy and the religious affairs sector of the country. And looking at the budgetary allocation, which you've been supervising, overseeing for the past 2 years, you realize the allocation to the chieftaincy sector has been very minimal. And releases to the chieftaincy too has also been very, very minimal. What will you be doing to ensure that the chieftaincy will be given enough support and to make sure that we can also clear the backlog of cases that are pending with the chieftaincy sector?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. The chieftaincy institution is perhaps, if not the most important, one of the most important constitutionally guaranteed establishments. And we have, in the Constitution, assigned very important responsibilities to the chieftaincy institution. They are both a legislative body and an adjudicatory institution, from the traditional council level to the paramountcy, to the regional House of Chiefs, to the National House of Chiefs. And so if we resource them adequately, I believe that this country will do far, far better than we are performing now. What I can assure you is that I will try and get the Minister of Finance to make adequate budgetary provision for the chieftaincy institution. But I believe also that there's a huge potential for revenue mobilization within the local government setup itself. There are so many fees, levies, charges, rates that we are supposed to be collecting that we are not collecting. If we collected those ones, there will be enough resources to support all sectors that are performing critical roles at the local level. And chiefs do perform a very, very critical role at the local and regional levels up to the National House of Chiefs level. And so I will explore, one, getting government increase allocation. Two, I will also explore getting the local government authorities to mobilize the revenues that are supposed to be collected at the local level and support the traditional authorities because they really do help them in the governance of the spaces that the assemblies are responsible for.
Any further question? Thank you. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yabwama.
Thank you, Chairman. To congratulate the nominee, I don't have any questions for him. Thank
Very
you.
well. Honorable
Patrick, why are you
Aliklim.
disappointing me?
Honorable
My friend, I expect you to ask me
Akurugu,
questions.
You have the floor. Please, I've not given you the floor, Honorable Zuera. Honorable Aliklim Akurugu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no questions. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
I will then move to Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Leader, congratulations. We wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Anodompre, you have the floor.
Speaker, Chair, I see my leader beaming with smiles. I will only wish him well. And I also hope he will come to Parliament as he should to answer all the necessary questions. Leader, I wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Except that I'll also miss you at business statement presentations.
Honorable Haji Aladi. Honorable members, why are you saying bye-bye when she has not said so?
Thank you, Chairman and Speaker. Chairman, you've already heard them telling me what to say.
Very well.
And they were all wanting to say it, but because they don't have the power. Now that it has come to my attention, this is in my own house, my backyard.
Yes.
So everybody is going to join me to say congratulations and bye-bye.
As Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dapamapo.
Speaker, thank you very much. Let me wish my boss the very best and to humbly add that he will be sitting in a composite capacity. He will still be assisting us in the House. I thank you.
Honorable Patricia Apiaje, Deputy Ranking.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, Honorable Leader, Minister Designate, I don't think I have any doubt about your competency, your academic achievement, and your eligibility. All that I want to wish you is the best of luck in your new position as the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Sanitation. And I also want to let you know that since you are departing from this leadership role, I've already filed the court's, not a motion. I filed a court with the, yes, divorce papers. So I just want you to know that I've done so. Thank you very much.
I will be the presiding judge. That divorce will not be granted. Yes, Honorable James Agaga, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The nominee is my elder brother, my senior at the bar, and the outgoing majority leader. In the course of his tenure as the majority leader, he chalked so many successes. And like the Chief Whip said, he would continue to sit in a composite capacity. And I believe in context, sitting in a composite capacity would mean that even as the Minister for Local Government, we shall continue to tap into his vast experience and wisdom to manage the affairs of the House. Honorable Mahama Ayariga, congratulations.
Thank you, Leader.
I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Kwaku Riket Hagan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Leader, I'm going to miss you.
Leader.
And I have worked with you for many years since I got into this house. I have worked with you quite closely in the last year and a half to two. This house knows you. I know you. Ghana knows you. I think no one has any doubt in his mind about your competence and the good job that you do in your new ministry. I wish you all the best. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's now the turn of the ranking member, Minority Leader.
Leader, you're quite familiar with the pledge, the national pledge.
I'm supposed to be familiar with the pledge. You, I believe you are also familiar, so we'll recite it together. But since you are younger, you can start reciting the pledge, after which I will also recite.
You are on oath. All right, so you would want us to give us, you want to give us the benefit of the pledge?
I think that I am one of those who believe that the values captured in our national pledge and our national anthem should be the defining value of every Ghanaian. And so we should not forget it. Many of us make a mistake as we age, we forget the national pledge. So I haven't forgotten the pledge. And so if you want me to recite the pledge, I will. And I urge Ghanaians to try and also revisit the pledge if they have forgotten. And for the younger generation to not just recite it, but pay attention to what it says that we are supposed to do as citizens and live by those principles. So I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my heart and with all my strength. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers. And I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God.
Why the speed?
Yeah, you're a very good lawyer. If you want me to move slow, you should have said, recite it slowly. If you wanted me to recite at, medium speed, you should have said, recite at medium speed. If you wanted me to recite at high speed, but you left the option open. And you know, we committed this to memory as children, and so since childhood, this is how I recite it.
Now, respected colleague, you know, in our early days in the 9th Parliament, I described you as a diplomat based on what I have known you to be in the ECOWAS Parliament. How do you hope to bring that to bear in the handling of this new portfolio, especially the sensitive aspects of chieftaincy and religious affairs?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm a diplomat or not, but I do my best. I have gone around a bit, even though at a relatively young age. And so I have seen a lot of things. And that experience informs my approach to the way that I do things. First thing is the skill of listening. The skill of listening. I believe that in leadership, you must listen. Develop the skill of listening and hearing. Sometimes we listen, but we don't hear. And also appreciate how to engage with opposing views, with opposing worldviews, with opposing understandings of things, and with opposing interest. You and I have worked very closely, and sometimes people don't understand what happens. And today I will be very frank and tell you, the whole country, that the way that we have related is that when there's an issue, I will tell him, this is my position on this issue, but do your job, let me do my job. Your job as a minority to criticize and bring out alternative ideas. My job as majority is to make sure that government business is executed. And so whatever you do, trust me, personally, I have no problem. But understand also that at the end of it all, I will get government business done. I'll get government business done. So if you are forthright in your dealings with people and they know how you work and you know how they work, you will be able to minimize friction. So chieftaincy is one very sensitive area. I think that the first thing everybody has to understand is that no minister of state has the authority under our constitution to interfere or meddle in chieftaincy matters. It's not the business of a minister to meddle in chieftaincy matters, to interfere in chieftaincy matters. The Chieftaincy Act and the Constitution impose obligations on ministers who are acting on behalf of the President to provide support services to the institution, namely the National House of Chiefs, the Regional Houses of Chiefs, and the traditional councils. That's what the minister is supposed to do, but not to meddle in specific chieftaincy matters. When there is a matter that is actually a chieftaincy matter, it is only the Regional and National House of Chiefs and the Supreme Court that have jurisdiction. Yours is just to provide a facilitating, role if it is needed by either the National House of Chiefs or the Regional House of Chiefs by way of supporting them, as mentioned earlier on, resources so that they can adjudicate the cases expeditiously and dispose of them. But as minister, you have no mandate to go interfering in chieftaincy matters. And that's exactly how I will approach the work. Thank you.
Leader, I have with me a petition dated the 15th of August, 2026, from the Mamprogu Traditional Council with reference number MTC/P27/52/442. I received it at 10:41 a.m. on the 20th of August 2026. In this petition, the petitioners contend that you, as a person, they have no doubt about your academic qualification, your professional qualification, and political competence. They have no doubt at all. They believe that you qualify to serve the high office of Minister of State. Their concern, however, is the fact that you may not be neutral, you may not be impartial, and perhaps you may not be independent. And above all, they are not too sure whether or not they can have your confidence. I'm sure they are listening to all of us and watching us. Can they have some assurances from you that should this house pass you, you are going to be a father for all, irrespective of any prejudice they may have formed against your person?
Thank you very much. All I can say is that my mother is a Mamprushi. Mamprushis are my uncles. They are partly responsible for my upbringing and training. If I fail in this new job, then it means that there is a defect in the way they have trained me. And I believe that they have trained me well, and I'll vindicate them by living up to their expectations. That I can promise them. I can promise my grandfather, the Nairi, that in my capacity as Minister for Chieftaincy Affairs, I will definitely live up to his expectations. Thank you.
Respected leader, now you delve into District Assembly revenue mobilization. I heard you on very strong points in one of your very brilliant submissions on the House floor when we were considering the common fund allocations, where you held a view that very impoverished districts should be given more, and those others in their cities who can rely on the private sector for revenue should be encouraged to formulate policies that would enable them make revenue. Would you want to seize this opportunity to explain that better and how a ministerial policy can be enacted to achieve that purpose? I say so because I am myself a product of the District Assembly. My politics started as an assemblyman, I became a presiding member. And oftentimes our MMDCs are redundant. They just do the routine work, waiting for revenue. And sometimes even the revenue, it's pocketed and nothing gets to them. The systems in place to do the checks and balances are not there. So talk to me about policy, ministerial policy in that respect, and whether or not in such a policy you will introduce technology aimed at helping reduce the thievery, the embezzlement, or the insufficient transparency in the accountability of revenue mobilization at the assemblies.
Thank you very much. I also started as an assembly member. I just didn't have the fortune to be a presiding member like you. I'm very passionate about local governance. I think that the first thing people have to know is that it is the intention of our Constitution that assemblies should be self-financing. That's actually the intention of the Constitution, that assemblies should be self-financing. And your capacity to be self-financing is one of the criteria used to determine whether or not you should be granted assembly status. So you're supposed to be self-financing first, and then the constitutional architecture to share part of the central government revenue says that the revenue that is sent to you as common fund money is only for development, even though the Constitution does not define what development is. We all, understand what development is: infrastructure, clinics, and etc. But the management of the assembly, the expenses of the assembly, is supposed to come from the assembly itself. That we have largely failed to achieve. The second thing that I want to say is that when I was nominated, my friend, the finance minister, called me to congratulate me. And I said to him, I will be richer than you soon. That's to say my Ministry of Local Government, will be richer than you soon. And so how will you get richer than me? I said, because as for you, you can only collect VAT, and then you collect income tax, and then you are at the port collecting import levies and etc. But the DCE can collect revenue rates on every single building and property sitting in his district, and he can collect it every year. He can collect basic rate, what the whites used to call poll tax, on every citizen residing in that district, and collect market tolls, collect lorry park tolls, collect all sorts of levies. I mean, when you go through the Local Governance Act, from section 137 onwards, you see the list of things that the assemblies are supposed to be collecting. The last time I sat with some experts to do some basic analysis, from property rates alone, I believe that the assemblies could be collecting close to 20 billion Ghana cedis annually. Just property rates alone, at very, very conservative figures. And so the potential exists. I was having a conversation with some civil servants a few days ago, and I was telling them that I cannot understand why the district in which Ghana Airport Company is located will ever be a poor district. and drawing parallels with cities like London, New York, Istanbul, you find out that the mayor and the local government authority has more money than the central government at those locations. We are, and people are moving to the urban centers. The agglomeration has huge economic potentials for assemblies. What they are not doing is just not identifying and collecting. So like you indicated, the first major thing I will do as minister is to put in place an infrastructure for us to immediately identify all properties across the country that are supposed to be paying rates to the assemblies. What we have now is we have the street naming and addressing, house numbering program. But what that does is it simply gives you the location of a property and a particular address. But it doesn't tell you the nature of the property, the value of the property for the purposes of levying rates. And so we will embark on a major exercise of identifying all properties, having them properly described, and having them properly valued so that the assemblies can levy the appropriate rates. And to deal with the problem of people taking the money and pocketing it, we will also try as much as possible to ensure that everything is digital. And so it will be difficult for you to divert the resources. And we want to ensure that we try to understand why at the local level it is not being collected. When you ask the DCE to go to the chief's house and collect property rates, I'm sure he will think that you are, passing a death sentence on him. You may not easily have a DCE insisting that his constituency chairman should pay property rates. And secondly, when you leave it to them to collect, they may also end up leaving it in the hands of, party foot soldiers, families, nephews, and etc. When they also are given that task, they feel that it is their reward for supporting a family member to become an MMDCE. And so when they collect it, they are not supposed to account to him. And so many dynamics are at play to make it difficult for collection. That's why for all these years, there hasn't been collection. And I also believe that in a lot of cases, the tax experts will tell you that some taxes are just not worth collecting because they're just not significant. And so I will look at how we can get a system that is centrally monitored, a system that is designed in such a way that it is totally digital in terms of identifying and valuing properties, totally digital in terms of the mechanism for payment, and totally digital in terms of the disbursement of the resources. I believe if we do that, we'll be able to realize the full potential of assemblies to mobilize revenue and deal with their development challenges.
Very well. Leader, I have a follow-up on this, but this Galamsey menace is a serious problem. I had a rare privilege of discussing some governance issues with one prominent religious leader in our country who is part of your entourage. I don't have his permission to mention his name. He expressed deep concerns about Galamsey. And he was worried about we, the political actors, how we behave, our attitude towards natural resources and general well-being of our people. how do you hope to get your MMDCs to help fight Galamsey activities in their various districts and municipalities?
I have a long-standing relationship with small-scale mining. If you recall, in my previous life, I was Minister for Environment, Science, and Technology. And so in that capacity, I was very concerned about small-scale mining activities. I think there's also an issue of nomenclature. What we call Galamsey is simply either artisanal mining or small-scale mining activity. That's what we call Galamsey. When we determine it as Galamsey, it gives it a negative connotation. What are the underlying causes? The underlying causes really are that a lot of these young people who want to mine legally have difficulty obtaining the requisite permits to carry out the mining activity. And because they don't have the requisite permits to carry out the mining activity, they also consider themselves as illegal actors. And because they are illegal actors, all the relevant or required investments to mine properly, safely, and reclaim, they don't do it because they know that they have no right or title, and it will be unsafe to make those investments. Otherwise, many of them actually have the resources to, make the investment. I will want us as a country to rethink and say, how about if in every district we identify the actors and where they are carrying out the actions and find a way of ensuring, of course, not in water bodies, not pulling down existing cocoa farms and etc. But how about if we strengthen the regime of small-scale artisanal mining and make sure that at the local level, the MMDCs pay close attention to small-scale artisanal mining as an economic activity, Why would we be interested in Newmont coming to carry out large-scale mining here, and yet in areas where the defined ore is not worth large-scale mining, but there's still some gold, we don't also now try to structure, the artisans and the young people to carry out small-scale mining activity legitimately. So I will approach the job with that attitude that let's engage, let's ensure that they are doing it legally, let's invest in EPA and have a lot of personnel at the EPA, let's invest in Minerals Commission and have a lot of mining engineers who are in every district, who identify every single space where a mining activity is taking place, who make sure that mining is conducted in a way that is consistent with all the environmental regulations, and who also ensure that whoever carries out the mine, at the end of it, will reclaim the area and plant and make sure that they invest in restoring the area to what it was before they came. And if we did that, we'll minimize the friction, and then we would actually benefit. Because I say this now, we're actually benefiting as a country from the activities of small-scale and artisanal miners. And I think that whilst we are benefiting, we should also be investing in them, which is investing in personnel to support them, investing in infrastructure to support them, investing in monitoring them. I recall you had a press conference some time ago. In fact, 2 or 3 days ago, there was also a press conference by the NPP who said, for instance, that the activities of Gold Board is encouraging illegal miners because they are not able to trace the gold to establish whether it is coming from a legal mining activity or an illegal mining activity. So what that calls for is that we must invest in trying to know the location where the gold is coming from and who is mining there and whether the person is mining legally or not. And in most cases, how do we ensure that they are mining legally? Because as a country, I don't think we are totally against mining. I think we are against mining in ways that destroy the environment, pollute the water bodies, and endanger the lives of all of us as Ghanaians.
Yes, so I think your last phrase is what carries the entire burden. Irresponsible mining, activities that destroy water bodies and our forests. So I would want you, as part of the research, to get the MMDCs to rather focus on that bit. I think that would be reassuring to the country, if we do that. So once you are giving your word on that, I won't belabor. My last point, then we can call it off. The Constitution talks about the local government concept, and it de-emphasizes the partisanship nature of it. There are calls for a full-blown partisan political system at the local government level. In advanced democracies that we copy the example, their entire political structure is partisan. Even in the United States, even at the prosecutorial level, people contest for it. You know that this attorney general of a particular state is a Republican or a Democrat. I mean, they have allowed it. Now, we are a bit concerned about what we have heard recently in circles of government, that the constitutional amendment that is to be expected, there's a proposal for the president alone to have the mandate to nominate people to contest. We hold the view that if it is an open contest, then it should be anybody contesting. If we don't even want to make it partisan, the president should have no hand in who contests for mayor or DCE. I want to know your own views regarding the reforms at the district level elections. Are you for an open field where elections are called, those who qualify to participate go pick forms, or you still think that the central government should nominate people to go for an open election?
Thank you very much, Minority Leader and Ranking Member, for the question. This question raises very fundamental constitutional jurisprudential issues. And I know you will ask me to not lead you into jurisprudence. But structurally, what we have now is a situation where, one, we want to maintain a unitary state. We want to maintain a unitary state. And at the same time, we want to ensure that governance is owned at the local level. There's local participation, there's trust, and because of that, the locals are contributing towards their own governance and development. So these are the core objectives. Now, for those who say, let's have free-range elections at the local level, this is what will happen. we will be electing 2 people who will have executive powers. When you elect a DCE of a given geographical space, he would have executive powers, and then you now elect assembly members who will have legislative powers. Then at the national level, you elect a president who has executive powers, and then you elect members of parliament who have legislative powers. So some of the concern expressed by those who are designing the architecture is if you elect a president and then the president doesn't have control over who is also exercising executive powers in a particular given location, are you likely to be triggering conflict between the person elected by the whole country to exercise executive authority and the person elected in a district to also exercise executive authority? Who becomes accountable? That is a structural issue. Most people don't understand the architectures of other jurisdictions. So, for instance, let's take the United States. In the United States, you will say, oh, but we have the federal government and we have the state government. They have succeeded in doing that because what they have done is to, within the executive functions, to establish spheres of control. So the federal government is in charge of defense. The federal government is in charge of foreign policy, international relations. The federal government is in charge of interstate commerce. Okay? So you have defined specific areas of executive power that is reserved to the federal government. Every other power is left to the state. So when you elect a state governor, he knows his territory. He doesn't interfere in the territory of the federal government. That's why you will watch movies. For those of you who have lived in the US, you will see that you have the state having its own police force. New York police, Los Angeles police. You never hear federal government police. Federal government have their federal government bureau, you get it? So even in terms of, security sector, spheres are defined. That's why you are watching a movie and then there's a crime committed, then the local police get there, then the federal council say, no, this one is ours, this one is not yours. You get it? Or the local police arrive there and federal police say, oh, this one is also ours, it's not yours. So if we actually, as a country, try to rather define the spheres of executive power and assign what executive power we think should be performed by local government, and therefore we are electing a DCE, and he has that executive power, irrespective of who is president, and what executive power is for a president, and so when we vote him, he doesn't interfere in the area of executive power, and then the citizens know who to hold accountable for what. The same way even in the United Kingdom, people don't realize it. The real governance structures there are the local authorities. Then, of course, you now have the Prime Minister, and they focus on some other areas. But if you go to London, you have London Metropolitan Police. You get the situation. I don't recall seeing any other rival authority. So that's the first fundamental issue that needs to be addressed. Otherwise, you might just be superimposing structures on others and ultimately end up creating conflict. And if you address that, you'll be addressing the other concern that others have, which is basically that a president wants to have a DCE that is reliable in terms of the execution of his own mandate. But if we have defined the spheres of influence, you can't be telling that you want a DCE that is reliable, because your sphere of influence is there, and then the DCE's sphere of influence is also there. So there are deep fundamental structural issues that we need to think through. Now, this proposal that was presented and which government looked at and recalibrated it and gave a position paper tries to meet each side halfway. So we want a situation where the president is able to work with the person who is the DCE, okay, because he nominates him. But we also want to make sure that that person is accountable to the entire population of voters in his district. As it is now, the system we have is that the president is comfortable because he has nominated that person, but the person is approved by elected assembly member, which is a college. So it is easy for him to make sure that he stays in power as long as he satisfies that small number of elected assembly members. And the entire population is complaining because they are not satisfied. But he and his assemblymen, they are happy because he's able to manage his assemblymen in such a way that they don't trigger a vote of, no confidence in him. So it is a midway approach where the president can nominate, but it's no longer just the assembly members who are going to be doing the approval of the nomination. It is the entire population that is going to be doing the approval of the nomination, so that the DC will also feel that he has responsibility towards the entire population of voters in his district, municipality, or metropolis. That's the whole idea. I think that Ghanaians have to think through it, and let's see, and let's experiment and see if it will lead to an improvement in the performance of local governance.
Honorable nominee, so as we land, I want to ask you, in every difficult and danger you find yourself in life, in whom do you normally put your trust?
Yes, honorable nominee.
You want me to ask you?
Recently, when I got married in my lovely wife.
Now, finally, as you exit, you opted to make some disclosure. And I was happy with the disclosure you made regarding the politics we play on the floor. Sometimes we, all of us as political actors, we suffer that unfortunate perception people have about the politics we do. Sometimes they don't know that it's a role play. In my case, I've had a situation where somebody said, "Oh, Afenyo, can't you be as calm as this particular colleague of yours?" I said, "Yeah, colleague is not minority leader. If he gets into that hot seat where he has to consult every party elder till 5 a.m. and he sleeps for 1 hour and has to carry the burden on his shoulders, he won't be calm again." Anyway, I want to ask you, for those who don't know you and I, if somebody asks you to describe Afenyo Markin as your opposite number, Ayariga, what would you say? I'm done.
I would say he's a troublesome boy.
He is indeed troublesome.
But I will also add that he is somebody you can trust when you are dealing with him. When I say trust, wait till I define trust. You can trust that he will cause trouble. You can trust that he will push his side's position. of course, and at all times, even I would say, I know this will be difficult for you, but you have to play your role. You are a minority. You have to play your role. And people call me, why do you allow Friend Michael to do all the things that he's doing? I'm like, he's just playing his role. He's just playing his role. So let him play it. I'll play mine. When he finishes doing all the things that he's doing, I'll cause the vote. And then the decision will be taken the way I want it. So that has been it. But, you know, in addition, working with you in the last 1.5 years, you know, I've come to know you as a person of integrity and honesty. And I want to thank you for the forthrightness with which you have dealt with me as the majority leader. I hope that you and my successor will find common ground and work the same way. I've already told him that you are not somebody that he would he should be yielding to. He should be doing more than I was doing. Me, you know, because I'm a little older than you, I used to tolerate you a lot. This man is about your age mate. So it's about your age mate. I've actually told the president to increase the number of fire tenders in this area. So you might see 2 or more fire tenders being brought and parked in front of the Chamber of Parliament House, because I also know what he will do to you. I could tolerate you, listen to you the whole day, and just get up and say 1 or 2 things, and then have us vote. This man, he would like to reply to everything that you will say. So also be ready. But I want to say that I enjoyed my time working with you as the minority leader. And I just want to encourage you that so many things will be thrown at you, but from what I've come to know of you, I know that you are very resilient. You never give up. Even when you are lying down, you'll be shouting. When I get up, you will see me, oh, you're lying down. You're on the ground. so anyway, but I honestly enjoy your friendship. I enjoyed your friendship, and I do appreciate that. And the entire minority caucus, who will make all the noise, but in the end will support, sometimes even support more than my own, side, to ensure that bills are passed, approvals are given, and etc. I may ask for permission from you to go to the Ministry of Local Government with Honorable Patricia Apiaje. So the reason is that she was the mayor of Kumasi. Oh, please, it's not about our other relationship that I want to carry you there. It is because of your expertise as a former mayor of Kumasi and a former deputy regional minister. I'm sure many of you don't know, but I was partly responsible for she being made mayor of Kumasi. She was a deputy regional minister for Ashanti. And then the office of mayor of Kumasi became vacant. And then President Kufuor asked her to act as the mayor and at the same time as the deputy regional minister. And you know that in Ashanti region, the mayor of Kumasi is a very weighty position. I was then the ranking member for Constitutional, Legal, and Parliamentary Affairs. So every morning I organized a press conference to bash President Kufuor for not appointing a substantive mayor. So one early morning he got tired of my press conferences and announced her as the mayor of Kumasi. So I'll be carrying her to the local government ministry to learn from her experience. I thank you very much, Chairman.
On that note, your request is approved.
Yes, Chair, I know that you are always in a hurry to dispossess me of this woman. You cannot take her away. Honorable Ayariga, somewhere I read that rising to eminence by merit, you live respected and die regretted. I entertain no doubt that your industry has earned you this high office, and that has equally earned you that respect. We'll be there to support you, but you know my job. I've lost a lot of friends because of this job, but I know that God will be by my side. So when my questions start coming, get ready. I cannot afford to continue with this 87. Definitely, I must also make it 150 in the minimum. In the minimum, 150 in the next election. So I have to do my job. Okay? So all the best, my brother. Thank you so much.
Honorable Ayariga, I have no question for you, but really I want you to clarify a position regarding your answer to the utilization of the common fund. I want you to be specific. The percentage of the common fund that the MPs are entitled to authorize utilization, in order not to create the impression that MPs are entitled to the entire common fund.
MPs are clearly not entitled. I indicated that what has been allocated by Parliament to members of Parliament, that's the only amount that you are entitled, not the common fund of the Assembly. The common fund of the Assembly is, the utilization is determined based on the guidelines given by the ministry to the various assemblies and decisions of the Assembly regarding what projects they want to undertake and where they want to locate the project and who they want to execute the project. But there's a small amount that is allocated by Parliament to the members of Parliament in the formula. I mean, it's been challenged constitutionally and etc. We all know about that. But it's just a small amount of money that Parliament allocates. It is sitting at the Assembly, but when there are petty projects like, emergencies in the constituency, the MP can direct the Assembly that I visited Community A and then the windstorm destroyed the school building. I visited Community B and then the clinic has run out of some basic amenities. And so I want the Assembly to procure, these things and send to these facilities. And so the management of it is actually by the Assembly. The money goes to the accounts of the Assembly. But at the Assembly, they have created an account for the Member of Parliament, which they call the MP's account. But it is sitting at the Assembly. And the MP has to give the instruction to the coordinating director that I want you to fix that school or fix that toilet or fix that clinic. Then the procurement director will now take the process through procurement and then secure a contractor, and the contractor will be allowed to go and execute and then raise the certificate, bring it to the Assembly, then the Assembly will pay. So the MP's only role is in directing which project to do with the small amount, not that the money is given to the MP.
Thank you very much. On this note, you are discharged.
Let me thank the committee for taking me through the process and to assure all of you that I know many of you have been MMDCs before coming to Parliament. Many of you have been deputy regional ministers, and so you have a wealth of experience in the sector. So just as you are assuring me of your support, I'm also assuring you that I'll tap into your experiences to deliver at the new ministry. And if the chairman may permit me, I want to also thank the religious leaders who have come to support me and to thank all the various representatives of the regional houses of chiefs that have also come to support me, the regional ministers who have come to support me, the MMDCEs that are here, and colleague members of parliament who today have adorned the club of friends of the committee just to be here to support me, and the parliamentary staff that are here to support your committee. I want to thank everybody. I probably won't be able to mention everybody's name. I know I have the most senior Duncan Williams sitting behind me. I haven't turned back yet, but I know that he's sitting behind me. And I also believe that the Sheikh Almiao, representing the National Chief Imam, is here. He promised me last night that
Honorable nominee, I'll do that for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You will surely hear from the committee. On this note, honorable members, permit me to acknowledge a very huge, distinguished guest in our midst. The list is very tall. We have Nangpaura Jakpa, Ancho Adi. Is it? Mangpaura Jakpa, Ancho Adi. Boni, the first, Paramount Chief and member of the Council of States, is here with us. We have Mbenti Urache, Haruna Alijata, Secretary, Savannah Regional Queen Mothers Association. We have Seidu Aziz, Regional Registrar. Then from Central Region, we have Nana Sichiruya Koduya, Paramount Chief of the Ebrem Traditional Area. We have Nasi Nkwanta Otuba, Paramount Queen Mother of the Senya Breku Traditional Area. We have Elijah Kwesi Asari, Registrar, Central Regional House of Chiefs. We have Kojoche, Registrar, National House of Chiefs. And from the Northern Region, we have Na Iyap Zungbulung, Na Dr. Jacob Mahama, Paramount Chief of the Zangbalong Traditional Area and former Regional Director, Ghana Health Service. Then we have Na Bapri Pansu Na Alhaji Seidu, Paramount Chief of the Pansu Traditional Area, former Member of Parliament and former District Chief Executive for Ulensi. We have M.A. Gariba, Registrar, Northern Regional House of Chiefs. Then from the Volta region, we have Togwitenge Gligui Jokoto, Paramount Chief of the Amugo Wago Traditional Area. We have Mamaga Nokua Wuo, Paramount Queen Mother of Ziopui. We have Muhammad Ikilu, Registrar, Volta Regional House of Chiefs. Then from Ahafo, we have Nana Owusu Konto, Mehame Hini, and we have Nana Efia Sawa, Gwasu Hima. Then from Upper West Region, we have Kuro Basungro, Paramount Chief Funsi. We have Pongna Chana, Abdul Razak, Paramount Queen Mother Singh. We have Ben Obiri Asamoah, Registrar, Upper West Regional House of Chiefs. And from Bono region, we have Osajifo Anye Ampem, Amuampong, Wenchi Hini. We have Nana Ya Ansua Droboma Hima. We have David Bekuro Oswell, Registrar, Bono Regional House of Chiefs. Then we have Thomas Moore, Dintundini Adiala Ayangitam, President, Upper East Regional House of Chiefs, and Paramount Chief of China. We have Pong Naba, Marsungo, Tumpale Ayamga, President, Upper East Regional Queen Mothers Association and Paramount Queen Mother of Naga. We have Askandaro Mohammed, Regional Registrar, Upper East Regional House of Chiefs. Then from the Western region, we have Nana Kobina Nketia, President, Western Regional House of Chiefs. We have Dr. Kapori Abutu, Registrar, Western Regional House of Chiefs. We have Dr. Kabori Abutu, Registrar, Western Regional House of Chiefs. Then from Ashanti region, we have the Sibre Kofi Asante Mensa, Umahini of Sabronu Traditional Area. We have Nana Obiri Asamoah, Wabiri Hini. We have Nana Nda Esi, Paramount Queen Mother of Upper Discoff. From the Western North region, we have Oko German, Kweku, Oku German, Kweku Jampra, Omahini of the Sevi, Chirano Traditional Area, and Vice President, Western North Regional House of Chiefs. Then we have Beiman Tano Kwao, Benu III, Umahini of the Awawin Traditional Area. We also have Roberta Champong, Registrar, Western North Regional House of Chiefs. Then from Bono East region, we have Nana Owusu Sechi, Basahini, and President of Bono East Regional House of Chiefs. We also have Nana Ya Basahini Queen Mother. We have Dela Dixon, Epeso Principal Research Officer. From Greater Accra region, we have King Professor Odaifio Wulenchi, President of Greater Accra Regional House of Chiefs, and Nungua Manche. Then we have Tache Ni Laye Akwete. Very well. I'm reading what is here. So it's Lache Ni Laye Akwete. We have Cantamanso Manche, and former Regional Minister for Greater Accra and Volta region. We have Nana Dubako, Duba, Ningo, Queen Mother. Then from Eastern region, we have Nana Osei Nyako, Paramount Chief of Bosu, Traditional Area. We have the Sibre Akwomo Ekwamo Ahajapon, Ekwamo Ajapon, Paramount Chief of Kwowu Traditional Area. We have Ama Konedo Kusi, Registrar, Eastern Regional House of Chiefs. From the Oti region, we have Nana Akoto Masachi, Paramount Chief of Lolobi Traditional Area. Then we have Nana Efua Intriwa, Paramount Queen Mother, Pai, Katanga Traditional Area. We have Divine Mause Peli, Registrar of Oti Regional House of Chiefs. From the Northeast region, we have Ahmed Ibrahim, Registrar, Northeast Regional House of Chiefs. Then from Boku Naba's delegation, we have Naba Alas Budi, Cletus Abugri, Timpani Naba. We have Naba Danjur John Tiga Pikura Dan. We have Naba Noini Alaji Apam Nuhu, Upper East Community Chief in the Central Region. We have Chief Alaji Faisal Mahama Abugri, Naba Bila Tiwuni, Greater Accra Kusasi Community Chief. We have Honorable Cletus Avoka, former member of Parliament and now a member of the Council of States. Then we have Faisal Eduri, that's family members. We have Faisal Eduri Abdullahi Ayariga. We also have William Ni Aye Okai. Then Osman Abdullahi Ayariga, Chief Executive of NYA. We have Zinab Abdullahi Ayariga, Suman Abdul Wahab, brother. And then we have Ophelia Atoklo, Deputy Chief, Ghana Community Exchange and Upper East Deputy Regional Secretary. We have Dr. Musa Imoro, Director of Finance, Ghana Education Service. We have Indigo Mohammed Awin Dago, Constituency Chairman of Boku. We have Dr. Hassan Ayariga. We also have Honorable Azunab Isaac, MCE of Boku. We have Honorable James Ayamwigo, DCE, Boku West. Honorable John Abuga, DCE, Garu. Honorable Martin Areku, DCE, Binduri. Honorable Stephen Abeke Akurugu, DCE, Paga. Honorable Roland Atanga Ayu, MCE, Bolga. Then Christian Council, we have Archbishop Duncan Williams. We also have Archbishop Isaac Nunu, Council of World Bishop and clergy. We have Reverend Jehoda Amazu, Ghana Christian Council. Then we have Prophet Nigel Gezi, General Overseer, Prophetic Hills Chapel. We have Pastor Felix Kwabie, Ultimate Charismatic Center. We also have Bishop Charles Aban, Chairman, International Clergy. We have Bishop Emmanuel Laye, African Constituted Churches. We also have Bishop Patrick Addison, Council of Independent Churches. We have Right Reverend Julius Mensah, Council, African Instituted Churches. We have Prophet Clement. Testimony is the General Overseer of World Light Revival Center. We have Reverend Kafi Nyamadi, Independent Community. We also have we have Okojimai Kwabena Chire, the second Umahini of Ewua Dumasi traditional area, father-in-law of the nominee. We have Nana Adontin Poku Ankobia Hini, Ewua Dumasi traditional area. We have Mr. Philip Adai, Registrar Ewua Dumasi. We have Nana Yao Anani, Ewua Dumasi royal family. We have Madam Charlotte Amankwa from USA. We have Reverend Dr. Prince Ajay, Royal House Chapel International, lecturer at the University of Ghana, Economic Department. We have Reverend Bright Nutako, Perez Chapel International. We have Pastor Martina Ajay, Royal House Chapel International. We have Mr. Samuel Anya, Ethel Tigo. We have Mr. Charles Nana Yadong. We also have Sheikh Aremi Yao Shaibu, spokesperson, Chief Imam. Then regional ministers, we have the Volta Regional Minister, Honorable James Gunu. We have Upper East Regional Minister. We have Bono Regional Minister. We have Western Regional Minister. We also have Alaji Bonap, NDC Chairman, Upper East. Honorable members, on your behalf, honorable members, we have Honorable Dr. Benjamin Kumbo, former member of Parliament and former majority leader of the August House. We have my own father, Dr. Kobna Dufo, former Minister of Finance, here in our midst. We also have my own former chairman, Dr. Ofosu Ampofo, in our midst. We have Paramount Chief of Katiu, Per Ayikode Zangbeo Atoge, the fifth in our midst. Forgive me, the list is tall, if I've not exhausted
Chairman.
all.
Chairman.
Yes.
You have introduced the father-in-law. You haven't introduced the daughter.
Yes. So we also have the mayor of Tema in our midst, and we have the spouse, Honorable Mrs. Ayariga, formerly known as Honorable Millicent Yeboah Amankwa, Member of Parliament here in our midst, beautifully seated behind the nominee, indicative of the fact that behind every successful man stands a woman. Besides every successful man stands a woman. Honourable members, on your behalf and on behalf of the House, I welcome all of them. I have already discharged the nominee. I will then use the opportunity to invite our next nominee in the person of Honourable Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings. Okay. So you can take the list. Take the list. Bring me Zanetor's list.
And you're still watching TV3. You just watched the vetting of the minister designate for. You're still here on TV3, and very shortly we'll have the Minister Designate for Environment, Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, coming in. But you just watched the vetting of the Minister Designate for the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Mahama Ayariga, who until his appointment was the majority leader in Parliament. And if you've been watching us from the beginning, he's been making quite some interesting points, of course, starting from the National Cathedral, a project that has generated controversy, and we've had numerous times talking about it. And he was asked about his view on it. And of course, he said the idea of having a national cathedral is nice, and he doesn't see anything wrong with it, except that it wasn't executed well. And of course, he also went on to talk about what he intends to do if he's approved as Minister for Chieftaincy. If he became the Minister for Chieftaincy Affairs, he said he will engage the Christian community, and also, if it's the will of the President, of course, he will mobilize resources and complete the National Cathedral. And he went on to talk about he being the first minister, if possible, to put in place an infrastructure for the government to immediately identify all properties. And of course, he said that the first major thing he would do as a minister is to put in place an infrastructure for us to immediately identify all properties across the country that are supposed to pay rate to the assemblies. And I think that's one thing that a number of people have been talking about, the need for us to widen our tax net. And obviously, this statement is emphasizing that if he had the opportunity, one of his major first projects will be to identify all infrastructures that in need to pay or give monies to the states through the assemblies. And of course, he went on to talk about his relationship with the minority leader, Alexander Apenyo-Marking. And, quote, he said that, "I enjoyed my entire time working with you," as in Alexander Apenyo-Marking. as a minority leader and the entire minority caucus. And of course, very shortly, we'll be having the Minister Designate for Environment, Dr.Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, also taking her seat to answer questions from members of the vetting committee. But Christian Yale is our parliamentary affairs correspondent. He joins us live now. Christian, I'm sure you sat through even before the whole vetting started. Just take us through some of the things we might have missed.
Yes, Beatrice. So I know that you've already mentioned the property rates, the houses and all of that. But I think for me, some of the things that stood out, one is his take on the construction of the National Cathedral project. Mahama Ayariga says that, see, it was a good idea in his own words. It was exciting, a fantastic idea. However, it was badly executed. Now, he goes ahead to share his own personal opinion. His personal opinion here is that, see, there are other prime locations, other important locations, other equally suitable locations around the beachfront that could have been used for the execution of that project. Because when you look at the location where they decided to site the project, it would have created and caused heavy vehicular traffic and would have brought a whole lot of chaos around that area. So that is one thing. However, he says that should the House approve him, he would engage the Christian community. And in engaging a Christian community, he would seek to find out whether they would still be interested and they are still going to be committed to executing the National Cathedral project. And then once they are done with that, and once he knows that they are committed or still committed, he would go ahead to have a conversation with the president, and then they would consider continuing the project. And that is very striking, and that is very, important to note. Now, there is another issue concerning what he makes of the decision to appoint or to name individuals for MMDCE position, whether we should have probably left the entire process for the citizenry, i.e. allowing persons to come out to contest, and then the citizenry would go ahead to vote for them, instead of the president still going ahead to nominate certain individuals before people would elect them. Now, Alexander Fiomaki, who is the ranking on the committee or the minority leader, is of the view that in a way still creates a room for what you would call, or what you would more or less describe as an influence of the executive over who is eventually elected, because take it or leave it, whoever is elected would have still been nominated by the president. And so it presupposes that there would be that level of influence. But Mahama Ayariga, in responding to that, indicates, Beatrice, that, see, there are fundamental problems that need to be addressed, okay? i.e., or one of which would be to look at the issue of defining the executive role or the executive powers and what influence or to what extent the president can have an influence on who he nominates or does not nominate. And so he thinks that those fundamental issues are there that should be considered. Now, he goes ahead to cite other examples in other jurisdictions, but he's of the view that this particular measure by the Constitutional Review Committee, which has been, adopted by President, goes a long way to meet each of the two halves halfway, okay? Each side halfway, i.e. President will nominate, however, constituents would have to decide who is their preferred candidate. Now, there were some lighter moments during the process, especially a part where the minority leader asked him whether he is very conversant with the national pledge, and he goes ahead to recite the national pledge. Now, Afeomake is not still satisfied and goes ahead to say that, why would you recite it in a rush, And Ayariga would say that, if you wanted me to recite it slowly, you should have determined or specified. Now, there is another part where he talks about the kind of advice that he has given to his successor, the new majority leader, James Agaga, that, see, I have told him that he shouldn't give you enough room. Now he indirectly tells Afenyomakin that he is troublesome. That was a way of describing him after a question that
And
the
Christian
minority leader
Yale,
himself asked.
yes, we're just seeing Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings there, the Minister Designate for the Environment Ministry. So we will have to come back to you, Christian Yale, as you bring us more on what we may not be able to see on our screens. Let's go and take what's going to happen with Dr. Zanetor Rawlings now.
I'm the Member of Parliament for the good people of Ekuapem South.
Thank you, Chair. Oscar Oforila, be Member of Parliament for the good people of Ahome.
Joseph Frempong, MP Nkoko. Thank you.
Freche Samoa, Member of Parliament for Finson North in the Ashanti region.
Alhassan Kobna Gansa, Member of Parliament for Esikuma Odobin Brakwa.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. My name is Hamza Adam, Member of Parliament for Kumongo Constituency, ranking Committee on Environment, Science and Technology.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Frempong Ado. I'm a Member of Parliament for the Mansui Dubia constituency and the Chairman of the Environment, Science and Technology Committee.
And former Deputy Minister.
Thank you. My name is Patricia PJ, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Asukwa and the Deputy Minority Leader and a member of this committee. Thank you.
My name is Honorable Ayariga Dr.Zanetor, Member of Parliament, Amemfi West, Chair, Economic and Development Committee. Thank you.
I'm Isaac Adongo, Member of Parliament for Boga Central, Chair of the Finance Committee, a friend to the committee.
My name is Ningchim Abila Alamzi, MP for China Paka constituency.
My name is Helena John Tuso, MP for Karachi West constituency, Chairperson for Gender, Children and Social Welfare Committee.
I'm Cletus Sedu Dapla, MP for Jirapa.
My name is Dr. Mark Kate Nawani. I serve at the pressure of NABDANS, and I'm the Chairman of the Health Committee, the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana.
Osahin Alexander Kwamena Afenyomakin, MP for Ifutu and Minority Leader.
Clerk of the committee, can they administer the oath?
Oh, no. We have introduced ourselves already. Those who are not here.
I
Cross or the
I, Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings,
solemnly affirm
that
the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but
the truth.
So help me. So do I affirm.
Chairman, Clerk, there's a little problem. Nominee, please be seated. It's not about you. Madam Clerk, please, let's do it again and properly. First of all, you may have to inquire from the nominee based on her own faith and her intention on what she would want to take the oath Is it by affirmation, by the cross, the Holy Quran, or the Bible? The nominee was holding a Bible and you were administering affirmation. That is not the right way. So please, privately off the record, you must first inquire from her on what she would want to take the oath. When done, then you proceed. So please, kindly take it again, because this cannot be taken as a proper oath taking.
Honorable Clerk of the Committee, once the nominee is holding the Bible, it's indicative of the fact that he wants to swear by the Bible.
So go by the right.
So swear the nominee in by the Bible.
Oh, no. Let's find out from there.
Chair, please, I earlier inquired whether she would use the cross or the Bible, and she said she would use the Bible, but she doesn't swear, so she would affirm.
Then, in that case, it's by confirmation. You need not hold the Bible. You just raise your hand.
Then
so take the oath again without holding the Bible.
Yes, so let's get clarity, respectfully. Let's not worry the nominee. Nominee, you be seated. Let's clarify this matter. So we are going by affirmation. So advise her on the regular step to take when a person is going by affirmation. Do so privately so that we do the right thing.
Yes, go ahead now and administer the oath again.
Please, please. Okay, that's fine. I, Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings,
Solemnly affirm that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So do I affirm.
Thank you very much. May I proceed to humbly ask you to give us your brief background.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and respectfully, a good morning to the members of the committee and the guests present. My name is Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings. I was born on the 1st of June, 1978 in Accra, to the parents who are both deceased, His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings and Nana Kunedu Agyeman-Rawlings of blessed memory. I have 3 other siblings who are younger than I am. I went to kindergarten in Accra, which was Tiny Tots. Primary school was Northridge Lyceum for 6 years. I subsequently then attended Achimota JSS for 3 years. I was part of the pioneering group for the new system, the JSS. And then I went to Wesley Girls High School for 3 years. After that, I attended medical school at the College of Surgeons in Ireland. And subsequent to that, when I moved back home, I did my master's in conflict, peace, and security at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. I'm a mother of 3 daughters and an avid environmentalist. I'm the 3rd term member of parliament for Klote Kole constituency. And by the grace of God, my vote margin has increased exponentially each time I've gone to the elections. I'm also currently the chair on the Committee on Security and Intelligence and the 2nd vice president of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Our distinguished guests, we say here, here. We don't clap in Parliament. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Chairman, these are preliminary matters that border on the background of the nominee. Honorable nominee, being a second vice president of the Pan-African Parliament, may I inquire from you whether or not you've resigned your position, proud to come in here for the vetting?
Honorable Chair, may I respond? Thank you very much. The procedure per the Pan-African Parliament is at the next session, I'm to go back and formally hand in my resignation. Thank you.
Particularly after being given a nod.
Correct.
We then move straight into vetting. So I will ask Honorable Frimpong Ado, who is the chairperson of the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology, to start posing his questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations for getting the nod to lead our ministry, the Environment, Science and Technology Ministry. That has been orphaned for 1 year now. You know, the environment is all about mobilization of adequate resources. See, the climate change, this phenomenon called climate change, is all about mobilization of resources to prosecute the agenda of the ministry. And it's all about this, the Paris Agreement. So we are talking about the NDCs. What is your opinion about these NDCs?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
I believe you're not referring to the party I belong to. The nationally determined contributions represent the commitments that countries that are party to the Paris Agreement make with regards to offsetting the carbon footprint globally. It's Ghana's contribution, or Ghana's commitment, was to remove about 64 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And this is supposed to be over a period of about 10 years, ending in 2030. To date, we have so far managed to offset about 43 of that, thereabouts. We still have quite a long way to go, but I think it's a work in progress. The nationally determined contributions are not, the Paris Agreement is not a binding one, and so it really relies on the voluntary contributions of the country. But normally, based on the commitments that we make, we're expected to actually deliver on them.
Yes.
So, Honorable Nominee, what you just opened your knowledge about the NDCs. What are the key elements in Ghana's current NDC 3? The key elements in this NDC 3?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The main issues are to reduce emissions and then to also promote and establish green technology. And then finally, to also look at how we can perhaps trade in carbon credits in order to contribute our quota towards the global emissions.
Yes.
Yeah, Chairman, thank you. Still on the NDCs. What? It's a follow-up to this same NDC thing.
No, you are not entitled to 2 follow-ups, so ask a substantive question.
Okay. All right. So, Honorable Nominee, there is this, you see, from your committee, going around the various agencies, we observed a very disturbing phenomenon. That is high attrition rate among the trained personnel of GAEC, the MPA, Nuclear Regulatory Authority, the other scientific institutions under you, especially CSIR. There's high rate of attrition. And when you meet them, they don't seem to have solutions to it. Every solution must come from your outfit. How confident are you that you are going to reverse this phenomenon that has been with us for a long time?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that to start with, the attrition rate that we see is not just within the agencies of the ministry. I think we're having a serious brain drain. And for me, I believe that we need to look at how we improve conditions of service of our scientists. We also need to make sure that we're resourcing the various agencies and the directorates and units they belong to so that they have the necessary equipment and the financial support to engage in research. And then also to make sure that they have predictable career trajectories. Those are three things that would be very important. But I believe that this is not something that I can do alone. What I would have to do is engage the scientists who remain to actually find out exactly what their issues are in order for us to arrive at a solution that is a win-win for Ghana and for the scientists.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. But are you aware of Act 1124? It is the tool you are going to use to manage the ministry. It's been in operation for about 18 months.
So you asked a question, are you aware? Let's take the answer first, then you can follow. Yes. Honorable Nominee.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
So,
thank
your
you, Chairman.
supplementary question.
Yes. This act has been in operation for close to 18 months now. And there are provisions, regulations, institutions, enforcement mechanisms that's outstanding for it to actually work. What specific timetable will you adopt for full operationalization of this act?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It would be difficult for me to actually give an exact timeline at this point in time. I believe that in order to be able to give a timeline would require a full engagement of the relevant agencies, including the stages of execution of the various, whether it's the regulations or LIs, where they are, because otherwise I can't give you an answer in a vacuum.
Honorable Nominee. I will then move to give the floor to Professor Hamza, Ranking Member on Environment. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations on your nomination. Chair, I really don't have a question for the nominee. I have closely worked with her in the climate change caucus, and I know her drive and interest in the climate change, environment, technological agenda, and I have no doubt that she will be able to succeed in that office as the minister. Congratulations. Thank you.
No. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will then proceed to give the floor to Yao Gomado, if you are here. Very well. Then we'll move to the committee members since John Dako is also not here. So I'll give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yabwama. Honorable members, can we have order?
Honorable Adongo, you are
Honorable members, let there be order because we have a tall day. I don't want to walk anybody out of the committee. So, Eric Afu, will you remain silent?
Thank you, Chairman. Let me use the opportunity to congratulate our colleague and my very good friend for a nomination, and I believe subsequent approval by the House. And congratulations, Zanetor, Dr. Rawlings. I'm happy your late parents would have been very happy to be seated behind you this day, not to remind you, but that the good Lord knows best, and I wish you the very best. I'm sure you got some briefing from the EPA before coming here. And at the heart of the fight against illegal mining activities, the EPA plays a very central role. And if you go through the legislation setting up the EPA, especially under Section 18 and the regulation LI 250, they play a very critical role. The DCEs, fortunately, we vetted the local government minister who supervises the DCEs. They receive monthly reports on areas within the district where illegal mining activities take place. The MAINCOM files reports to them, the EPA files reports to them. I want to find out from you how you are going to coordinate well with the Minister for Local Government, the Natural Resources Minister, and your good self, to eradicate or to fight this very serious canker in this country that we are all glossing over. And we all know the repercussions on the environment and our health needs as a country. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The fight against illegal mining and the subsequent damage it does to the environment and human life are an all of government and all of society imperative. And I do believe that the easiest way to address it is to have effective coordination between the ministries, departments, and agencies. And as you rightly pointed out, all of these activities are happening within the local governance space. And we have the decentralized EPA and all these agencies at that level as well. The regular reporting improves on transparency. It also helps us to track to what extent that to what extent interventions are making an impact. I believe that to start with, what I would want to do would be to sit with, should I get the approval from this committee and from the House, would be to sit with the relevant ministers of the coordinating, of the relevant ministers of the various ministries that have an interest in the Galamsey fight, which would range from the lands as well as the local government, to ensure that we're all on the same page to avoid the silo effect. So that's what I would start with in order to have a proper briefing in collaboration with the EPA.
Thank you. Yes.
That's about it.
That
I
will
wish
be
you
all.
Congratulations.
Well, I'll proceed
That's
to
about
give,
it.
to give the floor to Honorable Eli Plima Kurugu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, my sister. I have no doubt you would excel in your new ministry. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Honorable Shaibu Mahama.
No, I definitely don't have a question. See, you're a very lucky woman, from Antwerp to Jalakope, two regions. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Is there a region called Antwerp and Jalakope? Honorable Hajaladi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My sister knows very well that obviously I'm one of the happiest, if not the happiest, for her nomination. And all I wish is the best for you. My prayer is that the Almighty Allah guides and protects you in this your new role, so that you're able to do the job as expected, so that our mother and father, wherever they are, they will be very, very happy that, yes, they did their job and they left the best for us. You can always count on me. Take care of yourself. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Doyo, your turn.
Thank you, Chairman. My sister, my daughter, Zanetor Rawlings, I know you go and excel there. And I know you go and show them the level. So just go and surprise everyone in Ghana. Tell them show them what you can do better in that ministry. And I trust you. Our prayers, everything is with you. And we know everyone in Ghana here is looking up to you. So just go and excel.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Minority Whip, Honorable Anodompre. I know he's so much interested in matters relating to our environment. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me nominate congratulations, our good friend. Speaker, it is gratifying to those of us in the minority, especially front bench minority, that our long-held advocacy for our friend and our lovely sister to be recognized by President Mahama has finally paid fruit, and I'm happy.
I will
today.
take this as your question number one.
Oh, Speaker, well, I'll be in your hands. Speaker, I'm fully in your hands. And I also know, let me say publicly that, she's personified advocacy on environment. I have engaged you at personal level and even at the PAP. She's one person who has distinguished herself, however fleeting the period had been, as the vice president of the PAP. She's shown brilliance, and I want to publicly commend you. You and I have had a lot of discussion. Speaker, she contributed to the chairperson of the PAP.
You know I'm the head of delegation.
Of course, Speaker, you are.
Of PAP. So I know she made you a chairperson.
Speaker, by the orders. Well, let me start off, my friend, Doctor. If you look at the global protocols in the context of sustainability, environmental conservation, control of emission, we have transitioned from Berlin to Copenhagen to Stockholm to Paris. Clear, consistent path by the globe. It's also, the begging question is that this commitment is loud. Various countries have shown commitment, which has dovetailed into the Paris Agreement, Article 6. How do we transition from the theoretical commitment to implementation in terms of the trust of these protocols that the world have signed on to?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I believe that we have already transitioned to the practicalization of Article 6 under the Paris Agreement. We have already signed agreements with countries such as Switzerland and Sweden on a bilateral exchange of carbon dioxide equivalents. And so I believe that what it is for us that's left to do is to ensure that in the process of trading the carbon credits or the carbon dioxide, we do not end up perhaps mortgaging whatever reserve space that we have as a country for developing on our own. So I think it just comes down to the balance of to what extent do you trade in your carbon dioxide in exchange for finance? Because whatever you give away in carbon dioxide, you must add to your national emissions because of the accounting system where globally, if you subtract from one jurisdiction, you have to add to the next. So we end up with a net loss when we trade that in, and we have to make sure that the financial benefit that we're getting is not out of sync with what our development agenda is. Thank you.
Just a follow-up.
Yes.
To follow up on the same question. Doc, I started off with Berlin, and I'm sure you're aware Berlin was the first COP. I think now we are at COP 32 or 31. Berlin, the thrust of Berlin was to reduce emission globally. I'm with you when you say we've transitioned, especially in terms of the global exchanges when it comes to the carbon trade. But there are still outstandings. And that's where I was trying to tease your mind and to revert your mind to. But you seem to be focusing on what we have achieved and clearly leaving out what is outstanding. But that is just by the way. My next substantive question is on climate finance and loss and damage. In times past, the globe has focused overly on climate exchange and climate change. Now the narrative globally is on loss and damage. The developed world had promised, continuously been promising some 100 billion to the developing world, which remains as a mirage. Now, Africa, or the developing part of the world, when there is a South-South cooperation, we stand to benefit some $300 billion. How will Ghana buy into this concept of climate finance? And what do you intend to be remembered of as the Minister of Environment who left a good print in terms of government and Africa's ability to buy into this concept, and not just buy into it, where we will not just be spectators, but we will practically benefit from this concept?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I believe that Ghana has already taken advantage of climate finance. We have some of these World Bank grants that have come in as part of this trade that is around carbon. What I think that we can do better is, yes, you're right, under the agreement, the developed countries were meant to provide a fund that was to support the climate vulnerable countries, of which Ghana is one. However, that has not been forthcoming. I think, like you mentioned, South-South cooperation is key. As a country, we need to look at strategic partners who perhaps share similar problems but may have different advantages, and then perhaps leverage on that. And then also, I think that looking at how we can leverage on that using the African Continental Free Trade Agreement might be useful in terms of how we leverage on climate finance and green technology.
Doc, I believe you've been briefed on the argument and the narrative on plastic waste. And I know how passionate you are when it comes to this matter. What briefing have you received so far from the ministry's officials? And do you see your way clear? Is there clarity in terms of functions that should be staged for Ghana to come atop the threat of plastic waste?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe that there's a policy on plastic waste that we have as a country, and that is supposed to encompass how we plan to address this. The briefing that I did receive is one of the key things that is to happen within the next 6 months is the ban on polystyrene, and at some point also single-use plastic, because I was actually very concerned about that as well. What I believe can be done in addition to this is to channel some funding towards the CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, so that they can actually look into biological alternatives, for example, hemp, for example, cassava. We have a lot of plant produce that can be used to make plastic alternatives which can break down and don't actually persevere in the environment.
Yes. Yes, Doc. Doc, the landfill waste, I concede as a developing country, we still haven't been able to enhance reclamation and recycle of our waste. Now, the danger we are facing, for instance, at various landfill sites, is a production of latchet. Latchet, the liquid that comes out of the landfill site. We have a situation in Sawam, in Sumia, for instance. This latchet leaks into water tables in surrounding areas, and it poses huge health hazard. All over Ghana, Accra, many parts of Accra, we have this landfill site, many parts of Eastern region. We should be moving towards recycling of this waste. And waste, as environmentalists will tell you, is a resource, depending on how we use it. What briefing have you received from the ministry, and what is your thinking going into this ministry, how these concerns should be dealt with?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I believe that once again, with regards to the issue around plastic waste, it's an all-of-government, all-of-society approach. And the Environmental Protection Agency has a key role to play around the issue of hazardous waste, around the issue of toxic chemicals leaching into our water bodies, especially groundwater. One of the things that ought to be done, and I would want to have greater insight into that, is landfills must have a non-permeable base before items are dumped on it to prevent leaching into the soil and into the groundwater. This is something that has to be looked at as an absolute necessity. I do know that that is what's practiced at the collection point for the e-waste, but I believe it needs to be extended. We need to also create a culture of segregation of waste in order to be able to know what's going where. If we're looking at the creation of compost, then from the household level, from the schools, from the very basic units of our communities, we should start the issue of segregation of waste. Furthermore, there are other ways in which we can handle solid waste. There are countries that import solid waste in order to use for their thermal power generation. We can also look at pyrolysis of plastics, which can then be used to generate fuel and cooking gas. Then there's also obviously the recycling of some kinds of plastic into reusable materials. So there's a wide range of approaches which involves the public education, which also involves better enforcement, and then also the other innovative ways around how we handle plastic waste.
Doc, Chair, it's just unfortunate. The chairman has signaled me.
Your last question.
I have very good questions. Unfortunately, I've been limited. I would have loved for us to have a good conversation. You are clearly showing brilliance when it comes to the environment. The chairman will not allow me, unfortunately. Anyway. So,
Chairman is so magnanimous to you. You know the number of questions that you have.
Doc, this may be my penultimate. I'm sure he will allow me the very last one, which will have to be on PAP, Pan-African. That's what he will not refuse. I know he is the leader of the delegation. If he refuses, I may have to report him to the president of PAP. Doc, so far you're doing well. You're showing brilliance. I commend you. The usage of mercury in small-scale gold mining is come up repeatedly as a concern. And I'm sure you do know this. How will you be able to track this problem? Mercury. And we are told traces of mercury is found in agriculture foodstuff. And you know the danger that mercury poses to our health. Tell me practically, and not just about recounting theories, but I want practical solutions. What do you intend to do with your ministry?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
From your lips to God's ears, Chairman. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. With regards to mercury, we have the Minamata Protocol, which actually has restrictions on the use of chemicals like mercury and cyanide. And I believe that practical steps towards how we monitor this will involve the EPA having spot checks, unannounced checks, and tests, which means that obviously they have to make sure they have the relevant equipment to test. We also need to make sure that we have at the various ports of entry the means to actually track any chemicals that are coming into the country. I also believe that as far as this is concerned, we shouldn't just be testing the soil and water at the sites where illegal mining is concerned. We need to make sure that we are also randomly checking perhaps underground water, because that's where borehole water is coming from, so that communities are not drinking poisoned water without realizing it. We need to check soils and farms that may not necessarily be in the catchment area, but may be affected as a result of perhaps water that's moved downstream. So spot checks, not just at the sites where the illegal mining is concerned, but across the country to actually assess the extent of spread of the mercury in our groundwater. And of course, having found that at any site, to take action in terms of accountability without looking at who they are. Once it's found to be a substance illegal in a setting that is illegal, the law must take effect. Thank you.
Let me just thank you. The way the chairman is looking at me, I know I have to draw the curtains, but just to thank the nominee and also to say that, to be fair to you, there's a lot happening on EPA, but I'm unable to ask you this question because you are yet to go to the ministry. I want to encourage you to remain the principal person that we've always known you to be, and the person I've known you to be. Let black be named as black and white be white. And I'm sure that when you do that, some of us will be more willing to divulge information, to approach you, and for you to be remembered. Finally, to assure you that we'll be available pro bono. If there is anything on the environment that we should help you, we will want to help you to succeed. So when the history is being written, it will be said that once upon a time, a certain Dr. Zanetor Rawlings occupied, and she left a living legacy. That will be something that I would love to celebrate, because the minority advocated for you to be appointed by the president. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable James Agalga, you have the floor.
Chair, thank you very much. Honorable Senator Agyeman-Rawlings is very disciplined. In fact, when she first arrived in Parliament, I worked very closely with her. She was a friend to the Defense and Interior Committee and actually assisted us very well. Subsequently, she was made a full-blown member and elevated to the position of deputy ranking of that same committee. I was ranking. And so we worked very closely. And therefore, I am in the best position to bear testimony to the competence of Honorable Rawlings than any other person in this house. Yes. 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 No. Aside that, when the Committee for Security and Intelligence was created under the new standing orders, Mr. Chairman, she again acquitted herself.
Leader, the floor is given to you to ask questions. So it's either you have a question for the nominee or you don't have a question for the nominee.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge all of us, with your permission, that our marching orders for Honorable Rawlings is to proceed to the ministry and excel once again. Thank you very much, Honorable Rawlings. Congratulations.
Yes. Well, he's urging the members to vote in her favor. So, Ranking, you have the floor. Ranking, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dr.Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, congratulations. I am very proud of you as a woman, but I am highly disappointed in a way for your leaving your position at the top. I had a lot of expectations, but I have not hidden my disappointment from anybody at all. But what I would like to know is to, if you don't mind, to let me know what actually informed you to accept this position instead of the PAP position. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My first duty is service to my country. I was sent to PAP as part of the delegation from Ghana. And as prestigious and as challenging as the position of second vice president of PAP is, I was called to serve my country. And given the very central role that issues around the environment currently play, not just in Ghana, not just across the continent, but globally, I felt duty-bound to actually come. And furthermore, I believe that the vision that His Excellency, the President, has with regards to the environment is something that truly aligns with my beliefs, and I felt that it was an obligation to serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know how disciplined and how committed you are to your country. And one of the things that I want us to look at is about artificial intelligence and humanity issues. We have our challenges, we have our chances, and we have our controls. What is your view about this issue? And how would you want to situate it under any development of a technology of a kind? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Artificial intelligence is a double-edged sword, and as useful as it is, and as useful as it can be, we have to ensure as a country that we put in the necessary safeguards with regards to the technology, with regards to the human capacity, with regards to the legislative framework to ensure that as we roll it out, because we're already using AI in some form. However, the most crucial aspect is to ensure that we have the proper oversight, human oversight of artificial intelligence as we use it, whether it's to perhaps set, maybe AI bots to observe changes in the soil, or whether it's to observe movement around illegal mining sites, whether it's to monitor the afforestation projects, or whether it's simply to just help to track some of the things that the various agencies are doing in order to provide a transparent transparent dashboard for the public to see what is being done. So I believe that as positive as it is, as it can be, we have to be very careful that it doesn't run away from us in terms of the safeguards and oversight. Thank you.
Follow up, please, Mr.
Yes.
I just want to ask you this simple question. Do you think legislation can solve some of the challenges that we have been faced by the introduction of artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I mentioned earlier, building the human capacity as well as the necessary software and hardware around that would be key. Legislation on its own is only as good as the execution, the implementation, the enforcement as we have around that. And the human capacity is key. I believe that that is really essential if we're to get a handle on how AI is used within our jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one other issue that I'm very passionate about, I don't know how well you've been briefed at the ministry, but it is known that as a country, we spend so much money importing spare parts into the country. So much foreign currency, which puts us in a very bad trade debt in trading. I don't know if you have been well briefed. There has been an attempt during the era of President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo to come up with a CNC machinery to ensure that we can have our own spare parts. Spare parts can be produced in our country to solve all these foreign exchange challenges. Have you been briefed, and what is your position in trying to ensure that, I know the machines are available, I know the building has been constructed to a level that can be, what is your view about the continuation of this project? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable. Issue, which I do agree with, is it would actually make a difference in terms of our industrialization drive, and of course would be able to, with the right tooling, contribute towards the 24-hour agenda. Honorable Chair, I believe that with regards to this, what's left really is for me to have a full detailed briefing of what exactly is outstanding in terms of monetary commitments. And then subsequently, once I understand exactly what the issues are, to be able to have a conversation with the Honorable Finance Minister around the release of funds for the support of this completion of the project, which would actually contribute towards jobs and also create a local industry, which could probably help not just Ghana, but the sub-region as far as the provision of some of these types of equipment are concerned. So it really, to get a full assessment, to be able to speak to that in full, I could come back to the House with a report once I've done that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Nominee, I must say that you are somebody that I expect to lift the female flag of Ghana very high. And it is my prayer that you really excel in this position which you have taken, because it is a very, very challenging ministry. And to have an impact in that ministry, we need a disciplined person like you to manage the ministry. And having been in Parliament, you will also ensure the enforcement of policies that will be required to undertake the various ministry. One thing that I want us to look at is the policy on the ban of plastics. I know you've given us some answers on it, but we have a timeline of 6 months. You know, the indications you gave about what could be done to ensure the implementation of this policy, some of them require a long-term approach or long-term solution to these issues. My simple question is that, how do you look at the policy? Whether the implementation has been done rightly? If not, what would you propose should be undertaken to ensure full and successful implementation of this policy.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I believe that the EPA just, I think a couple of days ago, was actually in Kumasi raising awareness to the general public on the impending ban on styrofoam. Honorable Speaker, I believe that the dangers around the use of polyethylene are crossed over, and it has to be done. I think if, not to belittle the issue, but I remember as children, when you wanted to go for Antina's rice, you took your own pots to go and buy the rice. And I'm not sure at which point putting plastic within plastic within plastic became the norm. And I think it comes down to a change in behavior. Obviously, behavior change is something that can take time, but it can be incentivized, or it can be, you can put penalties in place. It comes down to how we enforce and the seriousness with which we seek to address this. I stand by the fact that the timeline has to be maintained. It's long overdue. So in whatever way that I can support the relevant agencies, in whatever way we can raise public awareness to the fact that citizens do have a responsibility under the Constitution to also contribute towards the protection of the environment. It's not just about what the government does. And then obviously making sure that the necessary support comes from the Parliament. And I'm hoping that the committee that has oversight of the ministry will hold our feet to the fire as far as what we have to do is concerned. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. This will be my final intervention. And that is on research and data. I think as a ministry, you are responsible to ensure that in our current technological advancement, we realize that we haven't paid much attention to how we are going to deploy our technological findings. As a country, we train, and at a point in time, we don't know how we apply our training to the development of something, say, industries. May I know whether you agree it needs to be a center where we can deploy research findings and ensure of other innovations and the research findings that we make out there whilst we are educating ourselves or whilst in the high institutions. So may I know what your view is on this particular issue?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There is a nexus between the research, industry, and government, the role that we play in order to make sure that whatever research findings are actually commercialized. The CSIR already has in place the necessary framework that looks at the commercialization of innovations, as well as how to engage in private partnerships. What I would be looking to do is to understand what we currently have as far as innovations are concerned and how we can speed up the process of engaging private partners and looking at the commercialization of some of these innovations. I think key to that as well is also the protection of intellectual property, to reassure scientists of the fact that when they actually put in their very best, they're recognized and their work is also protected. Thank you.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Riketiga.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Dr.Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, congratulations. I really don't know where to start, but I believe you know what I mean. We thank the President for giving you this opportunity and a much bigger platform. You're already on a big platform, but you are now, if approved, will be on a much bigger platform. to continue to demonstrate your intellect, your competence, and what we know, as I say, can-do attitude and getting things done. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, in the absence of the minority leader, I will proceed to discharge the nominee. You are accordingly discharged. You hear from the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I will then proceed to acknowledge your guests. We have Honorable Huese. Two, we have Honorable Jim Tamaklo, who is also my uncle as well as your uncle. We have Lovelace. We have Benjamin Nikwe Kote. We have Auntie Frimpoma. We have Kimati Agyeman-Rawlings. We have Madam Judy Nkansa. We have Nana Poku Agyeman. We have Mr. Ato Gezi. We have Auntie Amaki. We have Mr. Kenneth Wugan. We have Shelley Chikata. Atiesa. We have Alex Kojo Atiesa. We have Colonel Agbotui. We have Squadron Leader Sinsin Dagbe, retired. We have Naval Lieutenant KK Anyawe, retired. We have Dr. Mavis Ureku Ahinkra. We have James Gunu, Voter Regional Minister. We have Mr. Robbie Robertson. We have Cromwell Goka. We have Nana Kobi Prempre. We have Maoli Alomanu. We have Salim El Mawas. We have Charles Bain. We also have Alhaji Masaud, John Blagoji, Lydia Agbotui, Gossen Agbotui, Juliet Kramer, General Kusi, Dr. Kumbo, Hajia Hamdatu Ibrahim Hussein. We also have Eugene Eshen Elliott. We have Dr. Ben Anyagri. We have Regina Aholu. We have Kwame Boachi Agyeman. We have Mark Dabre Mafo. We have Dr. Mayrid Zieka. We also have Mr. Krujison. We have Walter Ewua. We also have Nana Jensi Amwako. We have Sisi Kwenu. We also have Alberta Achia Akosa. We have Bevlo Latte. We have Akresi Sapon. We have Yao Ampofo Ankra. We have Alasan Soini. We have Queen Mothers from Ashanti and Volta region. Honourable members, on your behalf and on behalf, we have Mayor of Tema, and then the spouse of the majority Chief Whip. We have Dr. Kobena Dufour. We also have former Chairman Dr. Ampofo. On behalf of the committee and on behalf of the House, I welcome all of you to Parliament of Ghana. Honorable nominee, you will surely hear from the committee. You are accordingly discharged. Thank you for attending upon the committee.
We're live here on TV3. This is News Central. And the last, 2 hours? Yes, 2 hours we've been in Parliament where there's been the vetting of the outgone now majority leader, Mahama Ayariga, for the position of local government minister, also in charge of religious affairs as well. And chieftaincy. And just gone by was Dr.Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings for environment, science and technology as well. It's been very short.
Very short, surprisingly short. I was hoping to hear the minority leader ask questions as he did before, because if you recall, during the Honorable Mahama Ayariga's time, he asked the most questions and really important questions that he asked for the Ghanaian people. So we have an idea of the minister who will be, or of the person, excuse me, who will be entering that position. Unfortunately, we didn't get that in the second half of the vetting process, although the Anodompre asked important questions
I was going to check
on plastics, on illegal mining, or generally on the environment, environmental safety. Right. So it's been great. We would have loved a bit more questions to the nominees so we understand. But you can also tell that you can also understand they are working under a lot of pressure. They have 3 days to look at these very important nominees from the presidency. The minority raised questions about that already, that they have 3 days to look at these nominations. They are unhappy about it. So they are moving fast. You can understand that.
And that's fair in the analysis as well, right, with respect to the work that's been done, because there's been criticism. Yesterday, they had asked questions, okay, you called us here, we've not been doing any business, only for us to hear about a news conference this morning. So they've agreed to be partakers in the ministerial vetting, but they will not be partakers in the possible vetting of the Supreme Court Justice nominees. And I suspect that's where you're going to take us right now.
Absolutely. Let's look at that now. The minority, well, you should take that. I think, since you started that conversation, take that story.
Right. So the minority in Parliament, they've been kicking against the appointment committee's scheduled vetting of 3 nominees for appointment to the Supreme Court today, saying the 3-day notice contravenes Parliament's standing orders, which require the publication of the nominees' names to allow members of the public to submit memoranda on their suitability. The 3 nominees, Justice Sophia Rosetta Odiokuma Benasco Issa, Justice Edward Amwakwa Sante, and private legal practitioner Anthony Forson. Addressing journalists this morning, Minority Leader Alexander Penyumakin outlined the dangers he believes are associated with the haste to vet the nominees.
The majority now wants all 5 nominees vetted, reported on, and approved before the House rises. We say no, and we say it with the Constitution and our own standing orders in our hands. We say no because the people of Ghana must participate in the process. We say no because as minority, we are here to fight for the interests of the Ghanaian people. Our stance is not a partisan stand. It is a stand for the people of Ghana. Today, they are here claiming that just 3 days after announcement of nominees on the House floor, there must be vetting and approval. We do not accept. Proceeding to vet these nominees bring to the fore some dangers. We want to point them out. One danger is that a nominee may carry a permanent shadow over its legitimacy. Every ruling those three justices have ever made, every dispute that matters to this nation will be met by a question. Were you properly vetted? Were you installed in a hurry to suit one government convenience? That question will not go away. It will follow every judgment that they sign for the rest of their career. Again, the danger of a precedent that no future Ghana can undo. Let me point out that since 1992, all Supreme Court nominees have gone through the process of being properly vetted. Notice to the public have always met the minimum 2 weeks per our practice. This is the first time the NDC is using its supermajority to vet Supreme Court nominees in just 3 days after announcement.
Sahin also criticized the NDC of not being principled, but always acting out of political convenience.
NDC is an unprincipled political party. It does not believe in political principle. It is inconsistent and it acts out of political convenience. You may recall that in 2024, one of their arguments was that the nomination of 2 justices to the Supreme Court amounted to the packing of the courts. But since they came, if we add these 3 nominees to the already 7 they have nominated, which Parliament approved, it makes it 10. Does that also amount to the packing of the courts? We want the Ghanaian people to judge that our friends are never consistent, they are never principled, they only act out of political convenience, confuse the people of Ghana. We will not follow that path. We are principled. We believe that at the Supreme Court, the president has the mandate to nominate and go through the process of Judicial Council and Council of State. So we will not stampede the process, but we must point out that our friends don't believe in any principle.
The minority leader ended his address by calling on President Mahama to call the majority to order and ensure a thorough scrutiny of the nominees before any decision is taken on them.
Nothing should be done to impede or stampede any committee in the performance of its functions. Mr. President, you have been a member of Parliament before. You have served on committees on Parliament. This is what your members are doing here. They are trying to use their supermajority to stampede the Committee of Parliament in the performance of its duties. Please call them to order. Again, as provided for under Article 1033, committees are charged with the responsibility of investigation and inquiry into the activities of MDAs, and in this case, into the performance of nominees to establish their qualification, eligibility, and suitability to occupy the office or position assigned to them respectively. This must be thorough, and it requires a thorough job. Mr. President, again, we plead with you, kindly engage your caucus. It is your nomination. Everything they do today stands for or against your legacy. We are not against the nominees. We are not against the decision by you to nominate justices to the Supreme Court. Although we are against the decision on the basis of your own principle. But we believe if the right thing is done, all of us can work together as Democrats, engage and get the right thing done. This is why in the wisdom of our framers of the Constitution, these provisions were in the Constitution to allow Parliament in its wisdom to deal with all these things.
On that veteran, the Minister Designate for Local Government Decentralization, Religious Affairs and Chieftaincy, Mahama Ayariga, says he saw no fundamental problem with the concept of a national cathedral, but had issues with the manner it was implemented. During his appearance before Parliament's Appointment Committee, Mahama Ayariga pledged to explore ways of mobilizing funds for the construction of the National Cathedral if approved by Parliament.
The idea of having a national cathedral is, in my opinion, a wonderful, exciting idea. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a national cathedral for the Christian community in our country. If you are asking specifically about the National Cathedral that President Nana Akufo-Addo, when he was president, initiated, I also don't think there's any problem with the idea. I think it was a good idea that was badly executed. Otherwise, I don't think there's a problem with having a national cathedral. I personally had issues with the location. I thought that the location would rather just increase the traffic congestion in that neighborhood. And I also felt that it wasn't the best idea that, given the availability of a lot of land by the ocean, that we hadn't elected to use those lands that were free, and then we pull down bungalows. The second issue is also that I believe that we should have mobilized a lot of private and philanthropical support.
Still live with us here on TV3 News Center. We're going to take you back to Parliament because remember the arguments put forth by the Minority Leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, in relation to their opposition to the vetting of the justices' nominees. That argument is being raised in the vetting committee sitting right now. Let's take you there.
What is the rush? End quote. We have a lot of time. So let's take our time and not embarrass these judges. Let's do a decent job. We ask for documents. We ask for the writings and publications of one of the nominees. Then the other, who is the Court of Appeal judge, we ask for her judgment. You know how we always do it, so that we can study and do a decent job. And they wanted to even fix a date. Then the Majority Chief Whip advised the two leaders to go and confer on the date. Chair, end quote. He goes further. We had these discussions nicely, and then we all dispersed yesterday, only to see during midnight WhatsApp exchanges that we were being someone as a committee to come and vet this book. Because of that, some didn't even go through their CVs. Now let me go to Honorable Ama Kofi-Boa, who was a deputy minority leader and a member of the committee. This is what he had to say. Quote, I was saying that first of all, why do we have a media here? The point has been made that the appointment committee met. We discussed these matters. We all agree that these appointments are important. These are lifetime appointments. And once they sit in the Supreme Court, there's no opportunity for any Ghanaian to try to revoke the appointment. These nominees are going to replace Supreme Court judges that are not going on retirement, some of them till November. So it was clear that we have time to make sure that, as our standing practice of this House, we published this nomination by the President in National Daily and get memoranda from the public so that we can totally, the people of Ghana must be part of this process. It's a serious process. We all agreed. I mean, let the point be made. Nobody has anything against, but we must do the right thing. End quote. This is Honorable Ama Kofi-Boa, Deputy Minority Leader, who is now a Minister of State. Now let me go to my respected colleague, who is now the Finance Minister. He was the Minority Leader, Dr. Kasiel Ato-Forson. This is what he had to say as Minority Leader then. Quote, then let me make this comment. Honorable Leader, he was referring to the chair, who is seated to my left, Honorable Patricia PJ. She was the deputy majority leader and the acting chair of the committee. Yesterday, I said something, and today I'll refer to you as my former friend because I'm honestly appalled. This is Atu speaking. I'm appalled. You have broken the trust of the NDC Minority Caucus. You have committed a number of sins. I will tell you the sins that you have committed. Your first sin, you unilaterally wrote a letter to the nominees inviting them for vetting without the input of the appointment committee. That's their first sin. Sin number 2, all your sins. Your sin number 2, you wrote to the nominees certain Wednesday 31st after informing them that we are Wednesday 31st without our input. Then number 3, after we met as committee, your third sin, after we met as committee and agreed that we'll do this vetting before we are recalled, so that during the recall, we will take them, you will take them unilaterally again and again. No, I'm enumerating all the sins that she has committed. And then you inform them that now you have shifted the goalpost from 31st. Then we even agreed to Tuesday, and going forward, you hold it and submit the report to the House. Madam, this is not Banana Republic. All these are words coming from Atu Forsen. This is the Republic of Ghana. This is the Black Star of Africa. This is Kwame Nkrumah's Republic of Ghana. Please don't destroy our democracy. This is coming from the NDC. At the minimum, you have to give us the opportunity to study the nominees, and the people of Ghana must see us that we are doing our work. We cannot joke with this democracy. These are some of the things that we do, and the democracy elsewhere, they lose them. We will protect this democracy at all costs. You are putting somebody into constitutional office until the age of 70. All what we are asking is that advertise for a minimum of 14 days. Invite memoranda. So far, you have advertised for 4 days. Even the advert, you didn't tell us you were advertising for this. Advertise for 14 days. Give us opportunity to review the CVs. Today, you have called a meeting. Me, today, I have not even read anything. I will end it here. Chairman, to reiterate ground 2 of our submission, these are the words of your party in opposition. You insisted that Supreme Court nominees should at least have that 14 days minimum notice in the dailies. You told us that back in the day, on that fateful day, what you did was to stop the vetting. We are not going to be physical. We are going to be decent and put across our case to the nation. My colleague here who was chairing the committee was heckled. We reasoned with you. I was the majority leader. And I called Dr. Atu Forsen aside, pleaded with him. Much as I tried, he said no. And on behalf of the government, I yielded to the prayer of the minority. So we called off the vetting. We apologized to the nominees. And we re-advertised for the 14 days before we finally did the vetting. So what has changed? You are saying that we must protect the democracy. We yielded to you because common sense required that we had to listen to you and not to insist that we are in government. We stopped. You said there must be 14 days. These were the words of the minority leader speaking for and on behalf of the NDC. These nominations came to the House on Monday. Referral was made to the committee on Monday. We had Tuesday. We had yesterday. And today we are to do vetting. We have Supreme Court judges and the respected Chief Justice right here. In all fairness, would they themselves feel right that Parliament is subjecting itself to these? Are we here to embarrass the nominees or carry a certain conduct and back with their political narrative My colleagues in majority, no. Let's reason together. Let's be seen as having a principled political stand. Let's be seen as acting consistent with our political views. We yielded to you. We didn't allow ego to take over our conscience. So we yielded and asked the nominees to go back home. And at the right time, after advert, we did it. So if you want to follow that precedent, please suspend today's sitting. And let's properly put out the advert as you requested back then when you were in opposition. And let's allow 14 days. After all, the court is on vacation. 14 days, we can come back and do the work, receive memoranda, get our report ready even before Parliament resumes in October. Early enough for before the new legal year. We cannot continue to do this. I'm done with ground 2. Now let me go to ground 3. Ground 3. Order 21711 has been misapplied. It is our contention that Order 21711 requires this committee to report to Parliament within 3 days after the conclusion of its proceedings. That is a clock triggered by conclusion, a fact within the committee's own determination, not a clock that runs from the date of the referral or that compels conclusion by any particular date. No provision of the standing orders convert Order 21711 into a general instruction that vetting itself must be completed within 3 days or within the life of any particular sitting. Order 2674, by contrast, allows a committee up to 3 months to report on a matter referred to it. We submit, therefore, as minority, that Order 21711 cannot, on any proper construction, be read to shorten that general period to 3 days for 3 simultaneous Supreme Court nominations. Our next ground, that the composition safeguards in Order 2172 and 3 cannot be honored on this timetable. Chairman, we submit that Order 2172 requires the chairperson, ranking member, and 2 other members of the relevant subject matter committee to join this committee for each nominee considered. For the 3 judicial nominees, that is the committee responsible for constitutional, legal, and parliamentary affairs. For the 2 ministerial nominees, it is, in each case, the relevant sector committee. Order 2173 caps the resulting membership at 15. We therefore submit that properly reconstituting this committee 3 separate times for 3 distinct subject areas whilst respecting the 15-member ceiling and the 1/3 quorum requirement in Order 2651 cannot be done with the rigor these orders contemplate inside 3 days without either breaching the cap, diluting the co-opted membership actual participation, or reducing what should be substantive scrutiny to a formality. Any of those 3 outcomes will render the resulting recommendation procedurally unsound. We further submit that the public participation safeguard in Order 21710 would be rendered nugatory or odious by your conduct of proceeding to vet these nominees today. And on that point, it's our submission that Order 21710 requires the publication of nominees' names in the newspapers of national circulation for the specific purpose of inviting memoranda and representation from the public. Chairman, I rely on Dr. Atufosin's verbatim submission of 30th July to support this submission without reiterating that point. It is the mechanism by which citizens, the bar, and civil society gives attention, anything material to a nominee's fitness for judicial office that this committee itself might not otherwise know. A publication made this week, followed by hearings this week, gives no realistic person outside this chamber an opportunity to research, prepare, and submit memoranda before this committee purport to conclude. We therefore submit that a safeguard, which as a matter of simple arithmetic cannot be used, is not a safeguard that has been complied with. It has been observed in form and defeat in substance. We argue further on a ground to the effect that no motion to suspend the standing orders has been moved. Chairman, on the floor, there was no such motion properly moved, argued, and resolved to the effect that any of our standing orders be suspended. What we know is that the majority, after we were done with business committee report meeting, claimed to have recalled the business committee to hold another meeting, whereupon they claim that they added the vetting of Supreme Court nominees this week, and that after the majority leader has presented his report, same was gavelled as having been adopted. Chair, never on the House floor have we had such a precedent where a business committee's report was used to override express provisions of our standing orders. The adoption of a business committee report and recommendation can never replace an express provision of our standing orders that require a motion to be properly moved. Chair, we further submit that it is only by motion, moved with the leave of the House, with reasons stated prior to suspension. No such motion has been moved in respect of 3, 10, or 11, or of orders 265, 266, or 2674 in connection with these three nominees. Every one of those orders therefore remain in full force today. We submit with respect that the committee or majority within it cannot achieve by mere scheduling what order 3 requires to be achieved by motion, debate, or vote. To proceed as though these orders had been suspended without the House ever having suspended them is not an exercise of discretion. It is a disregard of rules that remain binding. We invite you, Mr. Chairman, to ensure that this committee is bound by Order 217 in its unamended and unsuspended form, and to conduct these proceedings accordingly. Our next ground, that the Constitution, the constitutional preconditions to Number 142 have not been shown to be satisfied. Chairman, we submit that Article 1442 of the Constitution makes the President power to nominate an ordinary justice of the Supreme Court conditional upon the advice of the Judicial Council and consultation with the Council of State. These are not procedural niceties. They are conditions precedent to a valid nomination reaching this committee at all. We submit, therefore, that before this committee proceeds to question any of the three nominees on merit, or the Attorney General to confirm on record that the advice of the Judicial Council was in fact obtained and that genuine consultation with the Council of State in fact took place in respect of each of the three nominations, a truncated timetable makes it materially harder for this committee to verify that these upstream constitutional conditions were actually met, rather than merely asserted. This committee ought not to vet nominees whose own constitutional foundation has not first been confirmed. Our next ground, we submit that this exercise of discretion by the majority required to compress this timetable offends Article 296 of the Constitution. Chairman, Article 296 provides that wherever discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, that power carries an implied duty to be fair and candid, and its exercise must not be arbitrary, capricious, but must accord with due process of law. The chairperson's power under Order 2663 to fix the date and hour for considering a referred matter and the business committee's scheduling of this committee's business generally are both discretionary powers within the meaning of that article. We submit, therefore, that a timetable driven solely by the desire of the majority to conclude before this record rises tomorrow, unsupported by any demonstrated exigency, given that no vacancy exists, is not an exercise of fair and candid discretion. It is discretion exercised to suit convenience, political convenience, and it is, on that basis, vulnerable to challenge as arbitrary within the meaning of Article 296 of the Constitution. Our ground 8. Mrs. Chairman, the Speaker's own ruling on the nature of this recall fortifies our objection. And on this point, we submit that in his remarks opening this recall, the Right Honorable Speaker drew a distinction of direct relevance to this committee. He stated in terms that his determination to recall Parliament was not and must not be understood as a determination of merit of the matters placed before the House. He stated that the material before him at that stage was not conclusive and does not dictate what Parliament must decide. He stated that the responsibility to weigh these matters properly belong to the House itself. We submit, therefore, that this committee, exercising the House's delegated function under Order 217, is bound by precisely the same discipline the Speaker described. The admission of these nominees for consideration during this recall settles nothing about whether they are fit to be approved, still less about how quickly that question may responsibly be answered. A committee that treats the fact of the recall as itself an answer to the question of adequate scrutiny will be doing exactly what the Speaker cautioned this House against. And I must emphasize that this unfortunate situation is being advanced by the NDC majority. Now, our ground 9. The consequence of error here is uniquely severe and largely irreversible. Chairman, I submit on behalf of my colleagues that Article 146 of the Constitution protects a sitting judge from removal, save for stated misbehavior, incompetence, or infirmity, established only through an elaborate multi-stage process. Once appointed and sworn, a justice of the Supreme Court is for practical purposes in office for the remainder of a working career. Parliament approval under Article 1442 is realistically the last substantive check this Republic will ever exercise over that individual's fitness for judicial office. We therefore submit that a procedural shortcut which might be tolerable for an appointment more easily corrected is not tolerable here. The gravity and near permanence of office being filled is itself a reason, independent of every ground above, why this committee should decline to allow itself to be rushed. The majority must not use its super majority in terms of numbers to stampede this process. Democracy requires that they sit and reason with us and not muzzle its weight and powers and frustrate the views of the minority. Chair, for the above grounds as argued, these are the reliefs we seek from this honorable committee. The minority, led by me, pray this committee for the following. 1. Rule that, Mr. Chairman, determine that Orders 2172, 3, 10, and 11, as well as 265, 266, and 267, 4, remain in full force. No motion to suspend any of them having been moved or carried under Order 3. 2, we further pray that this committee resolve to decline to conclude its consideration of the 3 Supreme Court nominations within the life of this recall sitting, and instead adjourn that consideration to allow proper compliance with Order 2172 and 10. of our rules. 3, we pray that require confirmation on the record from the clerk to Parliament or the Attorney General that the preconditions in Article 1442 of the Constitution have been satisfied in respect of each nomination. 4, is our prayer that this committee resolve to proceed in the meantime an unfair and expedited timetable with the vetting of the 2 nominees, which we have done, on which no objection of any kind was ever raised by us because there is precedence of the House to support that. And finally, record this objection and the committee's final determination in the report of the committee ultimately as it presents to the House under Order 215. Chairman, with all said, I conclude on behalf of my caucus that this our objection is not being raised to obstruct the work of this committee. Neither is same being raised to embarrass any of the nominees before us. As we have already said, they are men and a lady who have worked all their life in service of our nation and even the sub-region. The president has the power and mandate to nominate them. We are not opposed to that nomination, save that when it was Akufo-Addo's time and he brought three Supreme Court nominees, your side argued that it amounted to the packing of the court. So as we speak today, you have nominated 7, Parliament has passed them, and these 3 added to it make it 10. So what has changed? Where is your principle? Now, the numbers to the Supreme Court are far more than it would have been if Akufo-Addo's 3 additional nominees had been approved by Parliament. So where is your principle of the packing of the court? Where is your principle? You have none. We so submit. A committee that vests a justice of the Supreme Court in 3 days, in the absence of any actual vacancy, in the face of standing orders that remain fully in force, and were never suspended, does not strengthen Parliament's constitutional role. Rather, it empties that role of its content. We ask that this objection be decided in our favor. The proceedings should not go further, and whatever the course this committee takes must know that it has gravity to order Article 144, Article 146, and Article 296 of the Constitution, as well as Order 217 of our own standing orders. The people of Ghana demand it. This is not a partisan demand because we are MPP minority. This is a demand from the people of Ghana. This is a demand that democracy requires of us. And Chair, we submit respectfully that this committee be resolved, that all these concerns be taken into consideration. We suspend the hearing and do the advert and come back and do the vetting. Until then, we tell you that, Chair, don't use your numbers to stampede this sound submission. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, our distinguished guests, I have sat and listened carefully to the objection raised by the minority leader. And it gives me much interest as how a lecture in metaphysics will give to a newborn baby. I said so because, honorable members, following a request by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to recall Parliament to deal with specific items, a request that was contained in a letter emanating from the President dated 11th August 2026. 3 items were the basis of the President's request for a recall of Parliament. 1, the Banks and Special Deposit Taking Institution Act Amendment Bill 2026. 2, 2 nominations for appointment as Ministers of State for referral to the Appointment Committee, vetting, and consideration by Parliament. 3, 3 nominations for appointment as Justices of the Supreme Court for referral to the Appointment Committee, vetting, and consideration by the House. So clearly, the request was not only limited to the referral of the nomination of 2 ministerial nominees, vetting, and consideration by Parliament. It includes the referral of the 3 judges nominees, referral, and vetting by the committee. Based on these requests, Parliament was duly recalled to sit from Monday 24th to Friday 28th of August 2026. Honourable members, distinguished guests, accordingly, these referrals were made. And again, the referrals were not limited to that of the 2 ministerial nominees. It extends and operates to include the 3 judges nominees. Following the referral, there was a meeting held yesterday. The meeting was consequent upon the chairperson of the committee having a preliminary meeting with the minority leader to consider the request of His Excellency the President. We suppose to have the vetting on Wednesday, but it will interest you to know that at the instance of the minority leader, today, Thursday, 9 o'clock has been scheduled to conduct the vetting. We had a preliminary meeting yesterday, dealt with certain issues and concluded them. For me, that was the end. What was the issue raised and considered? I will go straight to the one that is relevant to the objection raised by the minority leader and how we dealt with the issue. The issue was to the effect that we should only consider our colleague ministerial nominees, 2 of them, but we should not consider the 3 judges. Based on the fact that there was no publication, and therefore we should not proceed to do the vetting of the judges. The committee resolved that the referral includes the 3 judges nominees. We cannot therefore discriminate in favor of our colleague nominees and against the 3 judges nominees. Therefore, we must take decision to vet all of them together. This was the decision of the committee. The further reason of the committee was to the effect that on Monday, when the business statement was presented, part of the business statement requested from the House to use Standing Order 3 to suspend the Order 217 of our standing orders in order to pave the way for us to deal with the urgent items based on which the request for recall was made, and the House was accordingly recalled. I have in my hand the provisional Hansard of Parliament of Ghana. I'm not tendering it, but to quote the relevant portion. Other members, Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche Dapamako, the majority chief whip, raised the issue that upon the presentation of the business report, he wants to formally move a motion for the House to adopt, to waive the Standing Order 217 so that we can urgently consider the request of the President. Now, the Right Honorable Speaker, Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagby, was the one presiding. And this is what he said. Once the request for waiver based on Standing Order 3 of the House was part of the Business Committee's report presented to the House, and the House having adopted the report of the Business Committee, there is no need acceding to the request of the majority chief whip to move a motion to waive the Standing Order 3. Once the House has adopted the Business Committee's report, it means that the House has taken a decision to waive Standing Order 3 for the committee to consider these matters as a matter of urgency. Honourable members, when the committee takes decision, we present report. The plenary has the right to vary the decision of the committee. If the House takes decision, no committee can vary the decision of the House. If you are aggrieved by the decision of the House, the method available for you to reverse that decision is contained the orders or directions or decision taken at the plenary by the entire House. It is not done in any democracy, and I will not be the first to introduce it in Ghana's. Honourable members, I will not also side over this particular committee and discriminate judges. Allow the vetting of our colleagues and then reject the vetting of the judges' nominee. I will not do that today in Ghana's democracy. Honourable members, I will not also preside over this particular committee and discriminate against the judges. Allow the vetting of our colleagues and then reject the vetting of the judge's nominee. I will not do that today. I won't do that tomorrow. I therefore consider all grounds of the minority leader as flimsy and hollow. I considered his objection to be frivolous, vexatious, unmeritorious, baseless on the facts, the rules, and the law. Therefore, I will accordingly dismiss the objection by the minority leader in limine. Thank you for your rapt attention.
Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, you don't have the power to dismiss a preliminary objection properly raised. You have responded to me. I have a right of reply, and then we put it to a vote. It's a decision. It is the House, the committee that must resolve. That is how we take decisions. Chairman, if we are talking law, let's talk law. It is not within your right to say you have ruled. You don't rule on issues that come. You don't have the power. There is no such power in our standing orders. Even as a speaker, when a motion comes before the House, he relies on the decision of the House. It is not a matter for a ruling that you will say that you've dismissed with all those adjectives. I won't go there. Let me remind you on some important issues and reply to your response to me. Issue 1. The House did not pass any resolution.
Honorable
Can I
Minority
finish?
Leader, with
You've
all
started?
with all due respect, when you are making your submissions,
I kept
you
quiet.
called on me.
I didn't call on. I said the resolve.
Rule
no,
on the
I
matter.
didn't say rule. I said resolve. Don't get me wrong. No, resolve.
Honorable Minority Leader,
no, please.
Let your microphone be off.
No, Chairman, don't start your thing. Don't start it and then finish and think you can control narrative. We have been very decent. Don't try
Honorable
it.
Minority Leader,
Don't start it,
you
Chairman.
did not move a motion before the committee. You
Chairman,
raised a preliminary
you can't
objection.
Rule. It's not a ruling.
And the preliminary
We take
objection
a decision.
is supposed
This
to be
committee
ruled upon by the rules of the House.
No, which rule? Quote it. Quote which rule? Quote the rule. Quote it. If the standing order is here.
Yeah, so
mine is here.
Take your
no,
standing
majority
order.
that take your time.
No, take your
majority that he's capable.
No, take your.
He doesn't need a lawyer.
Please.
Let him. Let him. This is it. Rule it. Open.
Take your
Open.
standing orders.
You people are taking this majority thing too far.
Open to 268.
You guys are taking this majority thing too far. No, we've not finished the argument. He cannot. Stop it.
Patrick.
You've had power. One day you may not have the power.
268.
Don't do this.
No, 268.
You know, it's not fair.
Open it. 268.
Majority leader, stay out of this matter. Stay out of this matter. Which ruling?
Open to 268.
It is not within his right to rule anything here.
Please.
What is he going to rule?
Open to 268.
I moved. You didn't see. Yes. A motion. No. A motion was moved, registering our preliminary objection. A motion was moved. We had a meeting with the clerk and him in his office. You were there. We all agreed that the nominee for the Supreme Court should be done in October. Clerk, he was there. We all agreed that let's do the nominees. So what changed? What changed? Why are you always frustrating everybody? Why are you taking the majority too far? And when we talk, we become victims. Why?
Please.
Why? He can't rule.
Please.
We have to argue. It's a motion that we raised and stated our grounds.
Listen to others.
The preliminary objection was grounded on our motion. Don't do it.
You listen.
He did.
You listen.
You were my mate.
You listen.
You were my mate. I was called before you. I was called before you. You were my steady mate. And you know my law is unsoiled. So stop what you are doing.
It's very clear. Have you seen the order?
You know my law is unsoiled. You know, Eche. You know. Don't let politics, make you behave this way. I've raised. He cannot rule. He can't rule. Rule on what? It's a motion. He should tell me where he can rule. We have to take a decision and vote.
That person, please.
It's not fair. We have a right of reply. Let us reply. He shouldn't rush. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why are we doing this to ourselves? It's not fair. Your own position in 2024, Ayariga, you were there. You said 14 days. Why 3 days?
Honorable
Why?
Minority Leader.
And when we react, you start shouting and threatening us.
Honorable.
And you start to threaten us. What's going on in this country? What is going on in this country? Under a reset. What's going on in this country? In today Ghana, you can't talk. You can't talk. They will threaten you, frustrate you. That's what you are doing. That is what you are doing. Maintain your own principle. Maintain your own principle. You act out of political convenience. Where is your principle? Ayariga is here. He said 14 days on the 30th of July, 2024. What has changed?
Your preliminary objection must be ruled upon. That is different from you moving a motion for the House to take decision on the motion. So based on the fact that what I have heard and what everybody, member of the committee, have heard clearly is a preliminary objection being raised on the grounds, which grounds are therefore considered frivolous, vexatious, unmeritorious,
If you got it wrong,
hollow,
I'm straightening it.
hollow.
I'm sitting right here that you can't do.
So I have done my ruling, and that is the ruling, and then we'll proceed to vet my Lord,
Chairman,
the
please. Chairman, if you I'm
judge nominee.
Chairman, if you construed that to mean, if you construed that to mean an objection which you are going to rule, I am sitting right before you. You cannot say that the horses are bolted, there's an empty stable. Stop it. This is democracy. Don't do what you are doing. I just got up for a second. They were calling me. You deliberately discharged Zanetor. I kept quiet. I knew the traps you were setting. I knew what you were trying to do. Let's not do this ourselves. We are not helping democracy. If you construed our objection and the motion to be nothing like that, please, I'm right here. You can rule. Let us debate it. Let's vote.
So let's debate it.
Yes.
So allow me to debate it.
Sure, I'm happy that you will debate. Let's debate. He can't say he's ruling.
Yes.
You don't have the power to rule. Let's take it, and then you use your majority
let's
to vote against us. We'll be satisfied. So don't do what you're doing.
Yeah, please.
Honorable members, with all due respect, after the ruling by the chair, there will not be any debate that will be open. Honorable members, let us not make the attempt to create a scene when there is none, or there should be none. In my language, it is said that if your farm is not long, you need not go to the farm with a big water can. Decision has been taken, and we shall proceed to conduct the vetting. So, honourable members.
Chairman, please, you've made your point. I've
given you every opportunity.
Yes, but can I make a point? Yes, can I make a point? This is a two-sided house. I'm your equal opposite number. Can I also have my bite?
Well, I'm considering what you are doing to be an attempt to delay and derail the committee from doing its work. So we are proceeding to vet the nominee before us.
Chairman.
Clerk of the committee,
Chairman.
I'll call upon you.
The clerk, you know the rules.
Accordingly.
That you, the clerks, know that in all situations, the committee is not a one-sided committee. The clerks, we don't want you to get into this matter. There has to be some consensus here. Don't rush to get into this matter. And we expect the clerk to Parliament to know his job.
Hereby,
no, clerk,
directed
know
to
you cannot,
administer
that we have a
the
say.
oath.
The minority
Please go
must be
ahead
heard. What the majority is doing is wrong. Public servant, don't get into this. It is not your duty. It is not your duty. You, parliamentary service, it is not your, what you are doing is wrong. When we were in power, you never allowed this. Parliamentary service, don't do what you are doing. You are not a partisan institution. You are supposed to be neutral. The ranking is here. Don't do what you're doing. Don't do what you're doing. Don't do what you're doing. Parliamentary service staff, don't do what you're doing. We must be heard. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. You are taking things too far. Listen and let's cooperate. What you are doing is not fair. Cooperate and let's do the right thing. Let's do the right thing.
Honorable Afenyo, please, Chairman, I beg you. I beg you. Please. Please. Oh, please. I beg, please. Afenyo, I beg you. You see, we are all acting pursuant to the standing orders. Indeed, during the deliberations, I was the one who instructed him to ask Speaker whether or not we needed to move a motion pursuant to Order 3, I think? Yes. For the suspension of the standing orders so that the waiver applies to all the nominees. And Speaker said clearly that he didn't think it was necessary to move a motion to suspend the relevant standing orders because the recall specifically indicates what the recall is for. And he, as Speaker, had given us clear instruction what he wanted us to do. And in any case, what we wanted to do had been captured in the business statement, which had been adopted by the House. On the basis of that, I asked him not to move the motion because Speaker had said it was unnecessary. You cannot come today and fault us on the basis of not moving the motion. You are questioning our professional capabilities. We did not move the motion because Speaker said it was unnecessary and that this recall is to consider the nominations, and because the recall is only for 5 days, we should have all the advertisements, you know, all those requirements waived, applied to everybody. I think that leader, it will not be fair that you say that in the case of myself and Honorable Zanetor, because we are your colleagues in the House, you are willing to pat us on the back by, you know, waiving, and yet when it comes to the judges, you will not accept it. On what basis are you discriminating between us and the judges? If that's the case, I hand over back to you your approval so that we wait, and the same day that you are considering the judges, I will join them to be considered. That's what I will do, because it's not fair. We should treat each other fairly. Whether a member of a coordinated branch of government, the judiciary, or the executive, we need to treat everybody fairly. So I disagree with you. Secondly, on the authority of the chairperson of the committee, the chairperson is guided by the standing orders. And it says in Order 268, general functions of a chairperson of a committee. He sits here as chairperson of the appointments committee, not as first deputy speaker. And it says that 2683, the chairperson of a committee shall maintain order at a meeting of the committee and decide on each question of order. You have raised an issue of Order 3. Yes. No, order. No. To decide a question of order. A question of order is when somebody raises an objection on the basis of the order. Is that okay? That is one that is what we mean when we say a question of order. But the first part of order relates to you being, rowdy, disorderly. So it says that the chairperson of a committee shall maintain order. So the maintenance of order relates to making sure that we all conduct ourselves properly before the committee, such as you cannot be speaking when the chairman has not given authorization to speak. That is disorderly conduct. Now, the second issue of order, the second issue of order is procedural questions raised based on our standing orders. So if anybody says, oh, you are violating our standing order, the chairperson is the person who is supposed to rule on it. So the chairperson is right in saying that this is not a matter for debate. You raise an objection, I give you the opportunity, you argue your case, I've listened to you, and I am ruling. And so he is perfectly within his authority under Standing Order 2683 to do this. So, my brother, this morning I said you are a nice man, you are a man of integrity. Just 30 minutes ago, you want me to withdraw my statements? We are pleading with you. These judges, if we treat them that way, we will not be fair. Honestly speaking, we will not be fair. Because it will look like we are self-serving as a parliament. We are willing to waive the rule for ourselves and our colleagues, and then not wait for them. We are willing to waive the rules for people who have been nominated to go and serve the president. But we are not willing to waive the rules so that people who are nominated to go and work with the Chief Justice, he too gets his people on time to work with. I don't think that is fair. That's discrimination. And for me, if you insist, I'll give you back your vetting this morning. And then, wait till the day that you are willing to vet them, then I'll join them to be vetted.
Honorable Minority Leader, you are pulling your microphone. I will give you just 5 minutes. It's now 1:48. Exactly 5 minutes. I will stop you.
Chairman, that's not the way to treat your ranking. That's not the way to treat your ranking. Honorable colleagues in the majority, we are only asking you to respect your own principles. Your principles in 2024 and nothing more. This argument of discrimination that you have discovered is again serving your convenience. I told the majority leader that he has a principle called jurikashi. When he's in trouble, he used takashi and somersault it into jurisprudence. So I call it jurikashi. What you just did is jurikashi. You and I know that there is no set power given to the chair to make a ruling. You know it. Now you say there are some general powers. I kept quiet, please. 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 You are not a member of this committee, so please become and let your seniors engage on an important matter. I have not mentioned a name. Please. Who in particular? No, but my colleagues are also there. Yes, but they shouldn't do that. Chairman, what is happening is unfair, it is improper, it lacks principle. All we want to say is that if you insist, because you are the majority, that we don't need any notice. The very things that you said when you were in opposition, they are no more relevant. And that under reset, you have set in place a new rule, who should be the new president. We are sorry. We cannot be part of it. And to the nominees, with greatest deference to you, we respect you, and we are not opposed to your nomination, but the process through which the majority is deciding to use is not known to the parliamentary jurisprudence that we all know. So, Chair, thank you very much.
Most grateful. Today, if you need water to wash your hand, I have a bottle of water for you. All members, we are proceeding. Clerk of the committee, kindly proceed to administer the oath.
Please.
His is on. That's all there. I know left the I, Justice Edward Agyeman-Rawlings,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me.
So help me God.
Thank you very much for administering the oath and the nominee for taking the oath. We'll go straight to vet, and before doing so, let me establish that we have a quorum to commence this business, and we also have a quorum to take decision at the end of the day. So Article 102 and 104, respectively, has been satisfied by the committee. Honorable nominee, proceed to give us a brief background of yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Called Justice Edward Agyeman-Rawlings, born on the 1st of December, 1963, in Sehuyo, also where I come from. I'm married with 5 children. I started my education in Sehuyo, also primary school, then Odan Secondary School, Sehuyo Secondary School, Fanspim School, then Legon. I graduated in 1989 and proceeded to the law school. For my BL, I completed the law school in 1991. I started practice with National Service Legal Aid Board, and then practiced for about 11 years. In 2002, I joined the bench as a circuit court judge. I was posted to Obuasi. I worked there for 5 years and got elevated to the High Court in 2008. Where I've been in High Court, I was posted to the Fast Track High Court in Accra. After 5 years, that was in 2013, I was transferred to Sekondi in the Western region as the supervising High Court judge. And after 5 years in 2018, I got appointed to the ECOWAS Court of Justice, where I worked. This is my 8th year, and the tenure has just ended. And I was the president of the court for 6 years. So now I am back. In 2020, I was recalled and elevated to the Court of Appeal as part of the elevation process because I was due to be promoted. Basically, this is a short resume of myself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall proceed to ask you questions. I will then give the floor to Honorable Elikplim Akurugu to start asking you questions. Please be brief in your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations
Thank you.
I did a background on you, and I found it very interesting because you have an extensive regional and international judicial experience. I want to ask a question quickly. Given your extensive experience both in Ghana's judiciary and as a president of the ECOWAS Court, what safeguards should exist to ensure that a judge who is being considered for elevation or appointment remains completely independent of those involved in the appointment process?
Thank you very much. Basically, as a judge, when you are appointed, you swear an oath, which you go by. That is a very important thing, that you do fair, you be fair and equitable to all manner of persons who appear before you. Judges decide cases by facts before them. You apply the law to the facts and all that. Judges do not go mingling with the appointing authority just because they appointed you. Independence of mind is very important, and that is why I've gone to where I've gotten to. Independence of mind in the ECOWAS Court, as you know, we deal with presidents, heads of states who we meet, but therefore, and still when matters come before us, we'll deal with them as they are based on the facts, and therefore I think I have the independence of mind to be able to withstand all kinds of influences, if any, to do my job. Thank you very much.
Any further question?
Yes, I have a follow-up. So, accuse yourself from a case involving a person who had played a significant role in your own elevation if circumstances created a reasonable perception of conflict.
I don't know what you mean by a person. Sorry. I don't know what you mean by a person who has played a role in my elevation. I know that I'm a judge of the Court of Appeal, and I qualify to be at the Supreme Court. I'm 35 years old as a lawyer. I've worked as a judge for over 20 years, and therefore I qualify by the Constitution. The Judicial Service has given its advice, Judicial Council its advice. Council of State have been consulted, and now I am here pending your approval. And therefore, that is all I know. I do not see whoever got involved in anything. The President knows, of course, in consultation, on the advice of the Judicial Council, knows I qualify. That's why I've been appointed. And therefore, I don't know who did that. In any case, if that is it, it's so clear. Talking about biases, maybe that's what you are talking about. It is clear that when the matter involves an individual whom you think you know very well, as a judge, if your conscience doesn't serve you well, you just recuse from it. But if it's a company that person is involved, or a general matter like on Article 2.1 and all that coming to the Supreme Court, if you give me the nod to have interpretation and all that done, and the person is even a person that I know, I have to deal with it because that's the calling of the job I'm doing. Thank you very much.
That will all be, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lekle Makurugu. I will then move to Honorable Beat Zidi. And I affectionately call him Azidi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. And let me use the opportunity to congratulate you for your elevation from the Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court. Indeed, I've gone through your CV, and it is quite a rich CV. You have risen through the ranks from the High Court to the Court of Appeal, and then to now going to the Supreme Court. I have a few questions for you, probably one or two. The first one is, Article 22 of the Constitution enjoins Parliament to enact legislation to regulate spousal property rights. My Lord, what has been the evolution of spousal property rights in the jurisprudence of Ghana to date?
This question is very convoluted, but I will, however, allow my Lord to answer the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It actually has a checkered history. Back in the days, excuse me to say, women and children were considered as chattel of the man. And therefore, when the man and his wife and children did whatever property, upon his death, it went to the man's family and not to the wife and children. They even lived in the house subject to good behavior. As time went on around the early 60s, luckily for us, the case of Corte and Mate surfaced, and the court, in that particular case, that's what they said. But then subsequently, I think at Bebrese and Carr, the court said that if the wife especially did substantial contribution towards the property, then you'll be given a part of the property. That's how it started. Then it has been on, so the court relied on contribution, substantial contribution and all that, until recently, though Parliament was given the authority by the Constitution to make laws on spousal property, unfortunately, Parliament reneged, sadly to say. And the Supreme Court, in its activism, judicial activism, took it up in the cases of Arthur and Arthur, Mensah and Mensah, Quatson and Quatson, and subsequent ones that have come and have ruled that it should be on equitable basis. And therefore, currently, that's what we are applying. So each one can own his or her own property and can also earn joint property. That it should be contribution and all that. So it's equitable. So property acquired in the course of marriage is still based on contribution and the equitable share of the property. Thank you very much.
Further question?
Honorable Chairman, there will not be supplementary question, but I have a second substantive question.
Please go ahead.
My Lord, as I said, I went through your CV, and I've seen that you have experience and expertise in humanitarian law as well as international law. My Lord, what is the difference between the two? In other words, international law and humanitarian law, is there any difference between the two? And if there is, what are the differences? Thank you, my Lord.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. There's a world of difference between them. International IHL, international humanitarian law, we call it the law of war. It's basically laws that are made affecting victims and at wartime. So it could be the victims of war, soldiers, prisoners of war, people injured in course of war, destruction of war. So there are particular laws, set of laws, refugees and migration. That's international humanitarian law. So basically, the Red Cross and Red Crescent and those institutions are in support. So that is the international humanitarian law. So laws are even the kind of weapons to use in particular kinds of war, what to attack and not what to attack. You cannot just go and attack hospitals just because you are fighting a battle between for governance and all that. Schools and where people, civilians are. Exactly what's happening, unfortunately happening in Iran and those places. So that is, so it involves armed conflict. It can be internal armed conflict or international armed conflict. Then international human rights law is law as it affects individuals. No, you ask for international law. It's law as it affects international institutions or states, like the NGOs and UN agencies and states themselves. So that's the law that governs them. Mostly it's by treaty law, either bilateral treaties or multilateral treaties. That is international law, basically. So that's the difference between international humanitarian law and international law. Thank you very much.
Any further question?
No further questions.
Thank you very much. Yes. It's now the turn of Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Chairman. Because I'm not a lawyer, I do not know or have those words that they readily use. But as a P1 teacher, I will say congratulations and say that I wish you all the best in your endeavors. I met you first at ECOWAS and I have listened to you with all the lectures and what have you. So I want you to just tell me or tell this committee 3 achievements of yours at ECOWAS Parliament or when you were the chairman of the ECOWAS court. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. As the president, in fact, from the initial stages, I was made president of the court, and I've been we are 2, the longest serving presidents for 6 years, myself and the very first president, who was a Nigerian lady. When I entered the court, there was a lot of staff backlog, promotions backlog, over 50 or 60 of them. We had to make sure we did interviews and all that and because it brings stagnation and then frustration among the staff. So that staff issues were the first thing I did, and we promoted all of them to their levels. We made sure we recruited very efficient people. So now the research department of the ECOWAS court is one of the best in West Africa, in Africa actually. So judges don't find it difficult at all in writing the judge because we are very good people to do the judgments for us. Then during the COVID, I had to improvise and do online hearing. Make sure we bought all the super highway IT equipment and all that we needed. And therefore, I can tell you that since COVID time, nobody travels to Abuja anymore to have their matter heard. You just do your documentation, you scan and email them to the court. When the court receives them, you also look at it. If it conforms to the rules, it is scanned and emailed to the other side. And then hearing is done online. So somebody in Senegal who has sued somebody in Niger, there's a serious, very good internet facility and everything in the court. So we just sit in the court, hear the matters, and deliver judgment without people buying tickets for themselves and for their lawyers to travel as it used to be. And therefore, we have saved the citizens lots and lots of money. Then, to add on to it, the final one is the electronic case management system, which was recently launched, though not during my tenure, but I started it. It is to the effect that now it's paperless. So you just file your processes, it goes to the court, they look at it, automatic stamping or filing on it, then it is also transmitted to the other side. So it's purely paperless. The president also just clicks a button and selects the panel. So all these things were done under my and then the judgments. When we went, we saw that the work rate was very low. And for the first time, we did 48 judgments in a year. That's about 2020. Then the following year, we did 68 judgments, which is record in the court, has never been done. So these are some of the achievements that I did there. Thank you.
Any further question?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. Although the response to my next question might emanate from the one that you just responded, I would wish that you state it clearly for us all to know that at least there is a way forward, bringing you to the highest level in this country. And so I would want to find out from you if you would consider suggesting and following up so that AI can be infused into our court system in Ghana.
Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. AI is the way to go now. Now the world has gone AI. There's nothing anybody can do. We have had a little bit of training in the ECOWAS court, the judges and even the staff. And wherever we went, it is there. So basically, if the Chief Justice seeks my inclusion for it to be done, why not? Because at least I have some knowledge in it. It's a matter of trying to get people to do our own special setup for us. Even you, Parliament, you can do it. You have your own setup. The algorithm is built for you. So it's a tailor-made thing for you. And once it is done, for us, the judicial service, it will have to be included. The lawyers will also have to be using it. So it's a big whole system that can be done easily. And once it is done, it's going to bring efficiency into our system. So cases will be dealt with fast. Research and all that can be done on it. So hallucinations will be dealt with in the system. Once it is tailor-made, it is tailor-made for us. They know how to build the algorithm and all that to capture our system. So I don't think it's too much of a problem, except that it's all finances, as we say. So finance, once you are the ones who approve the budget for the judiciary, if you consider approving higher amounts for them, it can be done easily. Thank you very much.
You have any more questions?
No, please, Chairman. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. I will then give the floor to Honorable Mahama Ayariga.
My Lord, congratulations. And two quick ones, my Lord. Given the complex and enormous cases that we have now in our justice system, I'm sure the Chief Justice sitting behind you, he knows that you have to do even afternoon sittings of courts. Would you rather we separate judicial work from administrative work so that Chief Justice concentrates on the judicial stuff and then the administration is rather manned by somebody else? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. For me, that shouldn't be the case because the Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary, as the President head of the state, and then the executive, as the Speaker is the head. So his duties cannot be divided. For me, for instance, maybe it gets to the area of empaneling of judges and all that. That is his duty, administrative work, and therefore he should be able to do it. People talk about giving it to machine and all that, which I do not subscribe to. Especially, for instance, as I'm talking about humanitarian law, human rights law, international law, and all that, if there's a matter and the computer selects and doesn't include me, he will be, I mean, the decision may not be too rich. I'm not saying I'm too much there, but then at least that is an area I've gotten enough of experience. The other people have experience in other areas. They should be empaneled to do the work and enrich the jurisprudence of the court. So I don't think they should be decoupled. He should have both duties as the head of the judiciary. Thank you.
A further question?
Yes, a further question. My Lord, the famous case of Tufo versus AG in the political cycles of Ghana, we've played it around like a football. Where it pleases us, we play it positively. Can you explain how important this is or what role it has added to our jurisprudence?
Thank you very much. For an Attorney General, it's a very important case so far as particularly the constitutional jurisprudence of Ghana is concerned. You know, prior to that, there were issues with supremacy, but it clearly affirmed what we now have, constitutional supremacy. It said that whatever the Constitution said is what is final and not parliamentary supremacy. Though there were powers given to the parliament, but it said that whatever the Constitution has said, that the Chief Justice prior to the coming into Constitution of the 1969 Constitution was CJ, should be the CJ, and that was upheld by them. It also enforced the rule of law clearly. It also enforced the fact that citizens could come to the court not as person injured, but to vindicate rights that generally affect the entire nation. Because those Tufo who went to court was not the one affected at all. But they gave him the right, he had the standing to sue, they admitted it and did all that. So rule of law was enhanced, supremacy of the Constitution was enhanced, and all those things. So that is basically how it enforced the constitutional jurisprudence of Ghana. Thank you.
Any more questions?
The final one. My Lord, just a final one. Two very important chapters in our Constitution, that's 5 and 6, fundamental human rights and freedoms, and directive principles of state policy. How related are these? And is there any distinction that you can clarify regarding this. Thank you.
Yes. Nominee.
Thank you very much. We know that Chapter 5 on monies from the UN. Then we brought in the directive principles of state policy, which are basically economic, social rights. So the difference is that for us, Chapter 5 is on human rights that affect individuals, their rights, basically inviolability, right to dignity, right to life. Individuals, their rights, basically inviolability, right to dignity, right to life, the right to be informed when you are arrested and all that. Those are rights that affect the individual personally. But the social rights, as in the Chapter 6, are general societal rights. And those rights, the SIBA case has said that they are not enforceable until maybe some of them are also found in other parts of the Constitution. So that's basically the difference. Whereas these ones are enforceable, Chapter 5 are enforceable, Chapter 6 are not enforceable, except that if parts are found elsewhere. And it is clearly understandable because these ones involve finances. The Chapter 6, serious financing. If everybody should insist that government should build a school or hospital or whatever in their hometown, it's going to be a problem. That is the idea why those ones have been declared not to be enforceable. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, my Lord.
Yes, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Agyeman-Rawlings.
Chairman, thank you very much. My Lord, you are welcome and congratulations. I practiced before you, and I know how formidable you are. So I have no doubt that you continue to distinguish yourself when you get to the upper bench. My Lord, my question is very simple. Let me situate it within the remit provided for in Article that you continue to distinguish yourself when you get to the upper bench, including lawyers forming associations. Associations, that's all. Freedom of association.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. Yes, the Constitution guarantees various types of... Thank you very much. I have been alerted that there's a matter before the Supreme Court regarding that. And therefore, you know, unfortunately, I've been out of the... me, I don't want... So please,
no,
forgive me.
Chairman,
Let it slide.
No, hold on. It's about freedom of association as enshrined in the Constitution. I am not saying that say any other thing. I'm just asking you, what is your position of freedom of association? That's all.
Yes, Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Agyeman-Rawlings. There was an earlier decision regarding this in the case of Ward Brew versus Ghana Bar Association.
Yes.
But the indication is that there is a fresh matter before the Supreme Court, and my Lord does not want to comment on the matter sub judice. So therefore, I will humbly overrule the question and will not ask my Lord to answer. So you may ask another question.
Thank you very much.
Don't go around it.
Now, my Lord, let me ask you this. Is any portion of the Constitution justiciable, especially in terms of Article Chapter 5, rights in the Constitution? Justiciable, any portion of that?
Thank you very much. Yes, Chapter 5 you're talking about the human rights. Yes, right to bail and all that. I have always had the notion why suspects have not sued the police for keeping them for times on end after the 48 hours. These are things that people should be doing for us to know that the courts are able to confirm what is in the Constitution for those things to happen. So all those rights, for me, are justiciable. Yes. Thank you.
So as a follow-up, will you be inclined to agree that it is time there are statutory Parliament takes steps to enact a law on bail to define the parameters of bail, like a bail act, especially because bail appears discretion time and time again. So do you agree with some who are calling on Parliament to come up with a bail act to guide the court regarding the circumstances to grant bail set out in an enactment? A couple of other jurisdictions have done that.
Yes, my lord.
I do not think that is necessary in our circumstances. Act 30 is a clear act. It is there. Then, to reinforce, there's Martin Pebu, an Attorney General. That said, all the matters are bailable. And therefore, it is there. It is people or lawyers who have not sued those who have detained their people beyond the time on behalf of their clients. That's exactly what I espoused earlier. So if you take action and the court declares and finds, takes award against those who have done so, then it will be fine, so that everybody knows that you cannot just get people, keep them, and all that. So that's what I can say to that.
Chairman, that will be all. Malone, once again, congratulations.
It's now the turn of Honorable Kweku Ricket Hagan, alias Kokube.
Thank you very much, my lord, and congratulations. I want to take you said some interesting things when you were talking about technology, especially with AI. I just want to find out from you, your view, since you have done some work in that area. There is one school of thought that believes generally that in the legal world or the legal practice, AI is to help with routine work, legal work that is quite routine, such as research, contract review, and what have you. But there is also another school of thought that it is not just to augment the legal work, but it could one day replace human lawyers. I just want to know your view on that, whether you believe that that will happen one day. I don't want to frighten my colleagues lawyers here, but your view on that, as you believe strongly that technology or AI is the way to go in future legal practice as well. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much. AI cannot replace lawyers or judges. The human thinking is unique. Despite all the things that it does the research for you, and you have to go through and make sure that it has done what you want. You have to query it. To get the best out of it, you have to query it several times before you get even what you want. And therefore, its thinking capacity does not get closer to anywhere the human brain can think to. It can help you, support you. You put in, you feed it, it brings out something. You feed it again, you query it, then it will be removing and adding until it gets to what you want. Even then, you still have to read and approve. So if you are a lawyer and you allow, that's why some lawyers in Canada and other places just did Googled or they went to AI, took stuff and filed it as if they were cases and all that, and they were cut out. So for you to get it, you have to work on it. That's why I'm saying it should be tailor-made for particular institutions. If that is done, they fed in all your, for instance, in our case, all our cases, all our laws are fed into it. The algorithm because it's machine training. Once you train it, it can give you the best out of what you want. So for me, AI cannot replace lawyers or judges. But some lawyers may want it to replace them. If they are lazy, they don't want to think. That may be an issue. Thank you very much.
Further question?
Thank you, Chairman. I have no further questions than to wish the nominee well. Thank you.
Chair, if I may say, I missed you at Infantspen. You left in 83, I came in 83, from 83, 84. So when I came, you had left.
So clearly, he's 2 years your senior.
Let me just correct Honorable. I was at Adisade College, and you were in Infantspen. I knew you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We knew ourselves.
Well, when Infantspen and Adisade College, they are talking, a man from Abode Secondary School should not speak.
We also talk. Abode school.
I am a proud Aboscan. People don't know where it is, but I'm really proud of that school. My Lord, it's now my turn to ask you questions. But I have appeared before you severally in my private practice as a lawyer. I know your integrity. I can vouch for your competence, the professionalism, and I intend not to ask you any question. I will then use the opportunity to crave the indulgence of my colleagues to announce and acknowledge the presence of your distinguished invitees who are here to support you. We have Bismarck Bedu, is a business executive. We also have Mr. Charles Adokwe, is also a business executive. We have Mrs. Gifty Asante, the spouse of the nominee. We have Mr. Brian Kojo Asante, son. We have Miss Akosua Asantiwa Ankama, daughter. We also have Dr. Kwasi Safo Boachi, is a pharmacist. And we have Brigadier General Richard Akoto, is a military officer. We have Dr. Samuel Oredu Yebua, is a medical officer. We have Mr. Henry Asante Donko, brother. We have Mr. William Esua, brother. We have lawyer Kwesi Blay, brother. We have Mr. Richard Dankwa Boatin, brother. We have Odenehu Nana Kweku Chiramantin, a lawyer, and I have also seen the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Justice Bafo Boni, behind you. All others that have not been able to mention who are seated behind the nominee, I understand Honorable Justice Denis Ajay, my brother Justice Yoni Kulendi is also there. All other justices Justice Kumson, all other justices are duly acknowledged. The former bar president, everybody, you are welcome. Honorable nominee, you hear from the committee, and accordingly, you are discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. Thank you.
You will surely hear from us. But we are doing the fiscal council members too. We are doing the fiscal council members because it has welcomed World Bank IMF imperative. Honourable members, we are just taking 30 minutes break, and then we'll be here exactly at 3 o'clock to continue with the process.
Watching TV3, this is still our continuing coverage of the vetting of some nominees, ministerial nominees, Supreme Court justices nominees as well, here on TV3. Now, just gone by is Justice Edward Amarko Asante, a Court of Appeal judge who's been nominated for the Supreme Court. We've just heard his perspective on certain issues of this country, including AI and the legal profession. His point is AI cannot replace lawyers or judges except when lawyers are lazy, or except when, you know, the user of AI is lazy. Now, prior to his coming into that meeting, into that committee meeting for the vetting, we saw what played out. The minority leader reiterating a point he had, or many points he had made earlier in a news conference at the start of the committee's meetings today about the procedure being taken to vet the Supreme Court nominees. He talked about the publication of the nominees for a full 14 days and how that procedure is being tossed aside because of a supermajority number. But, you know, in the course of that exchange, we also learned that there was an agreement to waive the 14-day publication. In fact, we understand that the Speaker of Parliament had told the majority side when they wanted to file a motion, for it to be agreed by the House, that because the original notice to recall Parliament from recess for urgent parliamentary business included this, it meant that it wasn't necessary. Additionally, the business statement of the House had already been adopted by the MPs, for which for the majority side meant that they had accepted to waive the process as it should be. But the minority will not have any part of this. They walked out on the Supreme Court justices' vetting process. So as you saw in the last 30 minutes or so, Justice Edward Amarko Asante was only vetted by the majority side. But the Speaker of the committee, Bernard Ahiafo, would have us know also that there is quorum, and that's why they are able to go on or go ahead with the committee's work of vetting the nominees. Now, they have taken a break. They will be back at 3 p.m., but perhaps we can connect with our correspondent on the ground briefly, just before we move on with other matters that we have at this time. And let me try Christian now. Well, my understanding is we do not have Christian at the moment. But what have we seen today with the committee's work? The committee's work has been vast, starting from the morning with the outgoing majority leader, Mahama Ayariga, who is headed for the local government ministry. He touched on a number of issues to do with local governance, the elections, and whether or not it was necessary, as proposed and adopted by the government, that if be accepted by the whole nation, that the president picks the 5 people to go through the elections, or whether or not this should be people from the public necessarily standing the election and then winning. He addressed all those questions. He also talked about chieftaincy issue. He talked about one that is close to home as well in the Boku area. Remember his MP for Boku Central, where he said, look, I will and I am a very fair person, will not take sides, will deal with the issues as they are. We also heard from Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, who is headed to the Environment, Science and Technology Ministry as well. She talked about plastic waste. She talked about the issues around illegal mining as well in the country. So it's been a very full day for the committee members who are expected to vet 2 more Supreme Court nominees. They say they will be back at 3 p.m. When they do come back, we will be here to bring you that coverage of the vetting process. This is TV3. I'm Kemini Amano.
asking you to give us a brief background of yourself.
Well, my name is Anthony Forson Jr. I was born in Takoradi on the 21st of November, 1964. My father was Anthony Forson Sr., mother, Mrs. Mariam Forson, both of blessed memory. My father was a lawyer in Takoradi, based in Takoradi, and rose to become the first Attorney General under the Fourth Republic, resigned and later ended up in India as Ghana's High Commissioner. I had 6 siblings who were 7, 6 boys, 1 girl. Unfortunately, 2 passed. I attended Chapel Hill Preparatory School in Takoradi, then proceeded to Infant Spim School, where I did my O-levels and had my 6th form education at St. John's School in Sekondi. Thereafter, I proceeded to the Cape Coast University, where I majored in English with classics as my minor and a diploma in education. After that, I did my national service at Takoradi Polytechnic, now Takoradi Technical University, where I was elected as the president of the Western Regional National Service Personnel Association. And pursuant to that, I was elected as the youngest member of the Consultative Assembly to consider proposals for the 1992 Constitution. After the constitutional escapade, I proceeded to the Ghana School of Law, where I did my qualified certificate in law, because at that time I didn't have the requisite qualification to go through to Legon, having been very deficient in mathematics. Even though I eventually qualified, that is why I had to go through the long route. So I did my QCL at Makola and proceeded to do the professional course, finishing in 1996. After that, I joined the law firm of Tete & Co., where I practiced for almost 9 years. And after that, set up my own law practice from 2006 January. I have been quite active at the Ghana Bar Association, starting as the National Public Relations Officer. In 2007, I was PR for 8 years, finished in 2015, became the National Vice President, and then proceeded to become the National President in 2018 up till 2021. As a result of that, I had a stint with the General Legal Counsel, the Judicial Council, and I've been involved with policy around the courts for quite some time. But essentially, I've been a private practitioner. And by the grace of God, I have got the President's eye and been nominated. And subject to your final approval, I hope to serve my country as a Supreme Court judge.
Thank you very much. And once again, you are welcome. I will then give the floor to members one after the other, and they will pose questions to you, and I will call upon you to respond to the question unless the question is otherwise overruled. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Bid Awantazuma Azedin.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. And Mr. Anthony Forson Jr., congratulations for your nomination to be elevated to the highest court of the land. Indeed, you must count yourself very, very fortunate that you are one of the few persons that will come from the bar and be nominated onto the Supreme Court. I've gone through your CV, and as you indicated in your introduction, you were part of the consultative assembly that drafted the 1992 Constitution. So I believe that you are very conversant with the 1992 Constitution. Let me proceed to ask you this question. Under Article 142 of the Constitution, it is provided for the establishment of regional tribunals. And the regional tribunals, it's true that it has been imported from the PNDC regime, but it has now been put properly under the 1992 Constitution. And so, since 1993, very little has been done about putting it into law after 3 decades. Now, this year, this parliament...
Honorable Bidazidi, what is your question?
I'm asking, I just laid the foundation. I'm not going to ask a question, Mr. Chairman.
It's your foundation as question number 1.
I beg you. So what is your view about the establishment of the public tribunals? Because it appears that some segment of this society are averse to it. But it's not a constitutional provision. What's your view about it? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Well, I have no problem with it. As you said, it's stated in the Constitution. Article 1.2 says the Constitution shall be the fundamental law of the land. So if the fundamental law of the land provides for it, and it is being effectuated, I don't have a problem with it. That is my view. It is not something which is being imported into the Constitution. You quoted exactly where it is. So if Parliament is following the law, I have absolutely no problem. Thank you.
Any further question?
No, please, Mr. Chairman. I'm okay.
Very much. Yes, I will then come to my right side. Elikulima Kurugu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, my lord.
Thank you. I'm still Mr. Forson. Until I get a warrant of appointment, I'm still Mr. Forson.
Sure,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for the correction.
Proceeding on an assumption that you've already gotten the nod.
Oh, you're not happy with that?
Or you are not happy with that?
The assumption.
Thank you. You are an unusual nominee, unlike the other two. You are coming directly from the practice legal, yes. So a quick question. Looking through your CVs and then doing a little background, I realized that for many years you have represented clients and then argued their cases, including major commercial interests. If appointed to the Supreme Court, how will you ensure that professional relationships, former clients, colleagues at the bar, and cases involving institutions with which you have previously dealt with do not consciously or unconsciously influence your decisions?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Unconsciously, they will influence my decisions. That is human nature. Because that has been my experience for the past 29 years. So my experience with commercial practice is what has shaped my worldview. But as to whether or not I'll have a bias towards them, my professional responsibilities will not allow that. So I don't think it will have, as they say, the law is the law. So I don't think it will have any conflict with my decisions. Thank you.
You have to conclude the statement, no matter how many noises are made. The law is the law. Any further question?
Yes, a quick one. So what should be the threshold for your recusal?
Oh, that is clear. If, for example, a matter is on appeal and there is conflict, I having maybe handled an aspect of the matter, or my office having handled an aspect of the matter in the lower courts, definitely I'll have to recuse. Thank you.
That would all be the...
Yes, I will then shift to Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me take the opportunity to also congratulate you on your nomination. Mr. Chairman, my question is, do you subscribe to the fact that MMDCs should be elected?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, if that becomes the law, then that will be the law. But for now, I would say that our experience so far has shown that most of the district assembly things are party connected. So if as a country we study the situation and we are of the view collectively that that should be the situation, I believe that Parliament in its wisdom will change the law to make it elective. But for now, I think that it is serving us well. Thank you.
Yes, any further question?
Yeah, Chairman, my second question is about the number of judges in the Supreme Court. We have all heard, even this morning, the way it was that the Supreme Court, the judges are enough, there are many, there are no seats and what have you. Should there be a cap on the number of judges at the Supreme Court?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm one of the advocates of no capping because of my experience and the kind of seminars that I have been to. In fact, one of them was in this very chamber where my Lord Ajay Frimpong indicated to the committee when we were doing the constitutional review that because of the jurisdictions which have been given to the Supreme Court, which is so wide, capping will bring a problem. So unless, as a country, we decide to reduce the jurisdictions which have been allocated to the Supreme Court, for now, there should be no cap. Indeed, if you look at the write-ups on the justification for the expansion of the membership of the Supreme Court, it was clear that the current composition was unable to cope with the workload. So for now, I disagree that there should be a cap. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further question?
No, please, Mr. Chairman. I wish you all the best.
Very well. Honorable Mahama Shaibu, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm exceedingly grateful. Mr. Paulson, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I note from your CV that for nearly 20 years, you've had stints with the Ghana Bar Association. What is it about that association? You were so glued to it for 20 years?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
What is it about the association? The Ghana Bar Association. Well, it is an association of lawyers. I was a lawyer. And luckily, the company in which I moved, most of the people were active members of the association. So I couldn't have done otherwise. And from the objects of the association, I felt drawn to it because I thought they were noble enough. And that is how come I followed it and rose to become its president. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yes. Given that there's a second association or a third one? Would you love to work for that? And why?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you be clear in your question? That is, work for them, or I don't understand the question.
If you had a second chance of working for another association, would you rather that or Ghana Bar Association?
After he's been given the nod to go to the Supreme Court, he's here to be vetted for the Supreme Court. So, ask a question relative to the position that he's being vetted for. Accordingly, your question is overruled.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, thank you for that. And CJ is behind you. If you asked to advise him on how to alternative ways of clearing backlog of cases, what procedure, what would you advise the CJ to do?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, my record at the Ghana Bar Association speaks for itself, where I digitized all the operations of the Ghana Bar. And it's something that I would strongly support the CJ. Of course, if there are funds, I am 100% sure the know-how to help with the disposal of the backlog of cases using ICT. It is doable. If the will is there, of course, there will be opposition. For example, I believe that there should be afternoon court sittings. There will be opposition because the lawyers will say that they need the arrest, but we have to move forward. But I believe that the strongest point to use is ICT, and it is doable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further question?
Mr. Chairman, let me wish my good friend the very best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I'll give the floor to Honorable James Agarga.
Thank you very much, Senior Forsen. Congratulations for the nomination. I want us to engage in some legal education here, because when eventually you receive the nod to sit on the bench of the Supreme Court, you would, amongst others, be engaged in the hearing of appeals from the Court of Appeal and maybe the National House of Chiefs if the matters have to do with chieftaincy. Now, Senior, when lawyers say appeals are by way of rehearing, what is your understanding of that process?
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, an appeal essentially relates to a situation where a matter has been heard by one court and is being heard on by a higher court, that is the appellate court. Now, if the matter goes before the appellate court eventually hears the matter afresh. So it is rehearing the matter. Now, if I may use the situation of the High Court to the Court of Appeal, it is not a matter where the Court of Appeal is going to be recalling the witnesses, except in exceptional circumstances like Mahmoud Wangara versus Jatu Wangara. But the Court of Appeal will look at the facts, the evidence, and the reasoning in the judgment and give its judgment. So it will have the opportunity, apart from looking at the witnesses, to rehear the matter, looking at the record. Thank you.
Any further question?
Still on legal education. So a common ground of appeal that lawyers would normally rely on heavily is that, and let me quote, the judgment is against the weight of evidence. Very common. I mean, when you take, every appeal, you'd find that ground captured. Would you want to educate us on what that means? The judgment is against the weight of evidence.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, that's a very common ground. However, prosecuting that ground is not as easy as it seems, because what you are saying is that the court below failed to look at the totality of the evidence or skipped some pieces of evidence, which, if considered, would have led it to a different conclusion. So the burden on the lawyer putting forward that case is to show the court which specific pieces of evidence were not considered properly, and show by the facts and the authorities that if they had considered it properly, it would have led to a different conclusion. And that way he will be able to demonstrate that the judgment was against the evidence which was led in the court below. Basically, that's what it means. Thank you.
Any further question?
No further questions. Congratulations once again.
I will then give the floor to
Thank you.
Honorable Koku Riketegan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anthony Forson Jr. My brother, congratulations.
Thank you.
I am not going to talk about matters of law, but I want you to look at technology. Today, everybody's talking about AI being the future. Now, as someone who's been a legal practitioner, still a legal practitioner, my understanding, as in other walks of life, is that AI is going to enhance basically legal practices in terms of how you do your work, especially to take care of routine work, as in research, contract reviews, and other things. But there's also another school of thought that possibly a time will come where human lawyers are not going to be needed very much. I mean, I know AI cannot go to court by itself, but the work of a lawyer will begin to obviously be more or less diminished. I just want to know, as a practitioner, somebody who's coming from the practice, what is your view on AI in connection as an aid or a tool to legal practice? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You use the exact right word, an aid. It is an aid. Because AI can never replace the human being. In any case, it is the human being that feeds the AI with the information which comes out with all the algorithms. So as a tool, yes, very useful. But if, I don't know how adept you are with AI, if you should use AI, one, it helps you to do your research very fast, but it can mislead you. So one, you must have a basic understanding and grasp of the law before you use that tool. So with your good understanding of the law, it will assist you to work very fast. And it is economically much more viable. But it can never replace the human effort. Thank you.
Yes, any further question?
Thank you, Chair. As I said, I wouldn't want to delve into legal matters. So I have nothing else to ask you other than to congratulate you, my brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kugu.
Honorable Nominee, let me add my voice in referring to you as Justice Tony Forson Jr.
Thank you.
I don't have a question for you. I've watched you as my senior at the bar. Your qualification under the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as the Supreme Court judge is not in doubt. your professional integrity, professionalism, and conduct as a lawyer is also not in doubt. I know you are capable of working as a Supreme Court judge, and you deserve to be nominated. I will then proceed to acknowledge the presence of your distinguished invited guests and discharge you with the promise that you will hear from the committee. First on my list is Ajua Esuman Abrefa. Then second, we have Mrs. Joanna Ajay. We also have Pastor Richmill Aja. We have Abusiapenyi C.C. Krenzel. We have Professor Ato Esuman. We have Akwesi Taylor, Melvin Brown, Justin Amanuvo, Sampahini Nana Nanka Bruce the First. We have Lawyer Kizito Beyo. We have Frank Davis. We have Abigail Ewa. We have Justice Retired Ngenge Amagache. And those who do not know, Ngenge Amagache taught me advocacy. We have Pa Ko Akwe. We have Hartwell Quist. We have Perpetual Youngson. And we have Honorable Joe Bedu Ansa, former member of Parliament for Afia Kwasimintin and a former Minister for Trade. We also have Perpetual Dufie Prempe. We have Henry Kum. And we also have the Chief Justice, Justice Paul Bafoboni. We have Justice Yoni Kulendis. We have Justice Richard Ajay Frimpong, Justice Dominic Ajay, Justice Anthony Opong, Justice Jerome Noble Nkrumah. We have Justice Ajua A. Abrefa, spouse of the nominee. And I can see
2 members from the Western Region Caucus.
2 members from the Western Region Caucus, and my classmate, Kweku Jewu Bafo, former members of the Ghana Bar, Frank Davis. Did I leave out a name of a justice of the court? Well, I will add that any other any other justice of the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, that I have not mentioned, they are duly recognized. Same applies to any other member of the bar and distinguished invitee. And on this occasion, I will discharge the nominee with the words that you will hear from the committee. Thank you for attending.
Thank you very much.
Committee. So we invite our last judge nominee to take her seat.
They are doing what my chairman doesn't like. I said they are doing what my chairman doesn't like. Hugging.
Nominee. No, wait. The representation is the same. Okay.
Well, take it. Thanks a lot.
Distinguished nominees, kindly take your seats. Whilst I welcome our revered nominee to the Supreme Court of Ghana, I will call upon the clerk to administer the oath. I would say she was
Once more.
unfortunately, not giving report was not a report rating was not a goal. Okay, that's remember. I think that also.
In your right hand, the Bible.
I, Sophia Rosetta Odoku Abenasquesa,
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Once again, you are welcome. Without
Thank
taking
you.
much time, we'll proceed by asking you to give us a very brief background of yourself.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am a Ghanaian born in Accra. My roots are in Cape Coast. I am married. I'm a mother of 4. My profession as a lawyer began 36 years ago when I was called to the bar in 1990. In the past 15 years, I have been working on the bench of the Superior Courts of Judicature. My career has been devoted principally to public service, the administration of justice, and in strengthening of public institutions. My professional journey has enabled me, Honorable Chair, to experience the law in a variety of perspectives. For example, as counsel for the state, as an in-house lawyer, and also as a trial judge and an appellate court judge. I began my legal career Honorable Chair as an assistant state attorney and a state attorney at the Attorney General's Department. While there, my experience enabled me to appreciate the relationship between the law, public administration, and national interest. Thereafter, I moved to the corporate sector and was a senior legal counsel at the Volta River Authority. I also worked as in-house counsel, legal services manager at the Tema Oil Refinery, and later as the company solicitor secretary. Honorable Chair, my experience there enabled me to fully understand that the legal advice I give have important economic, institutional, and human consequences. Honorable Chair, I moved to the bench in 2011, started as a High Court judge in the General Jurisdiction Court Division and in the Commercial Court. I was elevated to the Court of Appeal bench in 2019, and my experience there has enabled me to appreciate the importance of sound legal reasoning. I have appreciated the import of collegial deliberations and having good judicial temperament. In respect of my academic training, I hold an LLM master's degree in international economic law from the University of Warwick in England, where I studied as a Chevening scholar. Honorable Chair, I also have a master's degree an executive master's degree in conflict, peace, and security, which I obtained from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Center. These programs have deepened my understanding of national security, international law, human rights, as well as the importance of democratic governance and the importance of state institutions in ensuring constitutional democracy. I would say also that since I joined the bench, I have been privileged to occupy certain leadership positions. For example, I'm the chairperson of the Gender Equity Committee of the Judicial Service. I'm also the chairperson of the User Committee for Gender-Based Violence and Juvenile Justice of the Judicial Service. I have presided over several disciplinary committees in respect of the staff of the Judicial Service, and I've also presided on committees for the recruitment of Judicial Service staff. Outside the judiciary, Honorable Chair, I am the Chancellor which is legal advisor of the Anglican Diocese of Accra, and I'm the representative of the Church of the Province of West Africa on the Anglican Consultative Council. Honorable Chair, the rest are my hobbies, which I enjoy sitting and watching the sea and the ocean. It gives me a rejuvenating feeling and affects my physical and mental well-being. I also like to crochet, and I enjoy reading. Honorable Chair, that in brief is a summary of my person.
It's really not brief, very tall. Honourable members, as a practitioner, I happen to appear before you I watch you deliver judgment and administer justice. Secondly, I am aware of the fact that you've ever been vetted by the appointment committee with a recommendation to the House. Unfortunately, it was so close to the end of the term, also an election year, we were not able to approve you. So having passed that particular test, for me, I don't have any question for you. I'll, however, open the floor that any member of the committee that has question for you may do so, starting from Honorable Eliplane Akurugu. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I don't really have a question for you. I wish you well.
I'm very grateful.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Hajia Ayamba.
Thank you, Chairman. My sister, I'm very happy to see you again once more. It's very painful if you have gone through this process only to be called again because we couldn't take up your report in the plenary. You have done so well, and I'm not surprised because you're talking of your leadership abilities and where you have reached tells the kind of person you are. I only hope and pray that you become stronger and stronger to continue to work for Mother Ghana and handle the mandate being given to you, and which I hope and pray this time will not be a failure, so that we will continue to celebrate the women of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mahama Ayariga, you have the floor.
It has been my policy not to get involved in this process, but when it comes to your case, I have to say one or two things. I was part of the panel or the committee that took you through the approval process in the last Parliament, and as usual, you made a strong case, but like Chairman indicated, due to circumstances beyond our control, we were unable to approve your nomination by the president at that time. But destiny being what it is, you are back here and we are here, and want to assure you that we have no objection to your getting onto the Supreme Court. I believe that if we succeed in establishing a Supreme Court for Northern region, where there is no sea for you to observe and meditate, I'm sure you will find out from Justice Yoni Kulendi how to survive in the North and remain very sane and efficient as a Supreme Court judge. But like my elder sister, Honorable Ladi, has said, we definitely need more women in such positions. And so you will definitely be an excellent addition to the Supreme Court and be an inspiration to many of our young ladies who have been called to the bar, are practicing, are sitting as judges, and looking forward to the opportunity to get there. So once again, Congratulations, and I want to assure you of our support.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I'm grateful.
Yes, Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. My Lord, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable.
A very proud graduate of Warwick. I'm sure the Honorable Kumba will be very happy. The Honorable Mahama Ayariga dreamt of attending Warwick, but didn't get opportunity. He revealed that to us a few weeks ago. And so we are very proud of you. I would love to read the report of the last committee on what the good things they have said about you. We will marry that to what we will write today. And surely on the floor, I will deliver what I have to say about you with a short stay that you have with us here. And so I wish you well, and I wish you all the best in your next step.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Beat Awantazuma Asidi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And let me also add my voice in congratulating you, Justice Sophia Benasco Esa. I think that, again, as indicated by earlier speakers, you must count yourself very lucky that you have been brought back, and fortunately, you have already been vetted. I was not part of the earlier vetting. And not being part of the earlier vetting, I took my time to go through your CV. I can assure you that I'm satisfied with what is on paper. And having listened to you, I think that you are very qualified for the position that you are being elevated onto. That is as a Supreme Court judge. And so, I think that there's nothing more to add to what has already been said. And there's nothing to vet. The vetting has already been done. We can only congratulate you.
Thank you, Honorable
for the
Chair.
elevation. Thank you.
Roxanne Nelson, Kwame Eche, Dapa Mekbo, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you very much. My lady, welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Let me congratulate you. And I've practiced before you in Tema, and then when you came to Accra as well. We shall approve of you.
Thank you.
And I have no doubt that you'll be a valuable addition to assist the CJ to carry out the mandate of the court. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable James Agalga.
My lady, congratulations once again.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Your competence to serve on the Supreme Court bench is definitely not in doubt. You once appeared before us, you were vetted, you excelled, but unfortunately, the report was not taken. But let me just refresh the memory of the public about your competence with one question, just one. The Supreme Court is the apex court of the land. Ordinarily, its decisions are binding on all courts, including itself. Now, should such a court be allowed to make departures from its own previous decisions?
Honorable Chair.
Yes, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, yes, to the extent necessary, the Supreme Court is required under Article 1293 to depart from its decisions, if need be. it is the case that the decisions which have earlier been made create a sense of certainty, stability, and predictability. However, if it appears to the court that in a matter which has come before the court, it has created injustice, or it is creating injustice, or there was an error in the principle, or it was inconsistent with the Constitution, or it is not workable, then to that extent, the court can depart from its previous decision, give compelling reasons why it is departing from it, and give its new position on the law.
Thank you, my lady. Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, the floor is now given to Honorable Gokurike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Ladyship.
Honorable Chair.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
As my leader said earlier, you were nominated, you came here and proved your mettle for the job. I think the nomination came at the wrong time. So hopefully you will not be going through that again. I watch your vetting. I have nothing to say to you. I'll ask you now, because I believe that you gave a good account of yourself. I just want to confirm, and also to my leader, that sitting down and watching the sea is actually a very great hobby, a good therapy, especially coming from Cape Coast. I know about sitting down and watching the sea, great therapy, and now we'll make a good Supreme Court judge if you have such a. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honourable members, I indicated I don't have a question. Kindly indulge me to acknowledge the revered guests. Honourable members, let me make it very simple. The Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, Justice Paul Bafoboni, is here with the Supreme Court justices and the Court of Appeal judges. We also, as I already acknowledged, we also have the members of the bar and the former executives of the Ghana Bar here with us. We have Mr. Edmond B. Issa, the spouse of the nominee, here with us. We have Dr. Annette K. Issa, doctor of the nominee. We have Dr. Cletus Adams, son-in-law of the nominee. We have Mr. Edmond Essa Jr., son of the nominee. We have Mr. Winfred Abrodepe, brother. We have Nana Jensi Amwaku, chief of, is it Equida, Echinim, Western Region. We have Mr. Walter Kweku Ewa. We have Nana Breu Butler. We have Colonel Fred Hilton. That's uncle to the nominee. We have Dr. Anna Hilton, auntie. We have Honorable Dr. Benjamin Kumbo, former Member of Parliament and former Majority Leader. I use the opportunity to once again welcome all of you, and I thank the nominee for attending upon the committee. And based on the fact that she has previously been vetted, the committee is having confidence that she can really excel at the APS court of Ghana. Accordingly, you are discharged and you will surely hear from the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
This time round, I believed that your report will be presented on the floor of Parliament, and Parliament will take decision on you. Once again, you are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. And thank you all those who came to support me.
Honourable members, distinguished guests, this brings us to the end of the vetting of the ministerial nominees and the Supreme Court nominees. Once again, you are discharged.
This is TV3. You've been watching our live coverage of the vetting of some ministerial nominees and Supreme Court nominees as well. We've just transitioned into the daily brief, and what we have just seen is the last Supreme Court nominee, Justice Sophia Essa. Before her was the former GBA leader, Anthony Forson Jr., and then before him was Justice Edward Amwako Asante. All three of them have been nominated for a place on the bench at the Supreme Court. Now, before the Supreme Court nominees, there were two ministerial nominees, Mahama Ayariga Dr.Zanetor MP, who is now Minister Designate for Local Government, and Dr.Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, who is Minister Designate for Environment, Science and Technology. That has also taken place. But as we've been telling you, the last three vetting process or vettings have been without the minority side because they raised a number of questions about procedure. So what we have now is 5 nominees awaiting the rest of the process, the committee's reports that will head to Parliament, and then their eventual approval or otherwise. But you know, as you have been gleaning also from what the members of the committee are saying, there's no reason to disapprove of any of the nominees that we've seen so far. So this is the daily brief. We'll just continue off and connect with our correspondent in Parliament and hear a bit more of the happenings there. Christian Yale is our man there for us. My understanding is Christian is not ready. I want us to go back and then look at some of the times, some of the very intriguing, some of the very eye-opening moments that we had, particularly to do with the minority side. Remember that even before the committee sat, the minority leader, alongside the members of that caucus, raised questions about procedure. Let's go back in time and then take a listen to Osahin Alexander Apenyomaken, who is the minority leader.
we are only asking you to respect your own principles. Your principles in 2024 and nothing more. This argument of discrimination that you have discovered is again serving your convenience. I told the majority leader that he has a principle called jurikashi. When he's in trouble, he used takashi and somersault it into jurisprudence. So I call it jurikashi. What you just did is jurikashi. What is happening is unfair, it is improper, it lacks principle. All we want to say is that if you insist, because you are the majority, that we don't need any...
We'll come to that bit. What I want to show you is that press conference the minority held before the entire process started today. Take a look.
Nothing should be done to impede or stampede any committee in the performance of its functions. Mr. President, you have been a member of parliament before. You have served on committees on parliament. This is what your members are doing here. They are trying to use their supermajority to stampede the committee of parliament in the performance of its duties. Please call them to order. Again, as provided for under Article 1033, committees are charged with the responsibility of investigation and inquiry into the activities of MDAs, and in this case, into the performance of nominees to establish their qualification, eligibility, and suitability to occupy the office or position assigned to them respectively. This must be thorough, and it requires a thorough job. Mr. President, again, we plead with you, kindly engage your caucus. It is your nomination. Everything they do today stands for or against your legacy. We are not against the nominees. We are not against the decision by you to nominate justices to the Supreme Court. Although we are against the decision on the basis of your own principle. But we believe if the right thing is done, all of us can work together as Democrats, engage and get the right thing done. This is why in the wisdom of our framers of the Constitution, these provisions were in the Constitution to allow Parliament, in its wisdom.
So this was early in the day, already setting the tone of how the vetting process would go. I'll take you through it again, but right now, let's join the committee again because some comments are being made about how the day has gone so far. Let's listen in.
Honourable members, the ayes have it. I have not heard of any no. So I will take it that the committee members present and voting unanimously recommend for approval by the House Justice Edward Amoko Asante as Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana. We will then move to take decision on Anthony Forson Jr. Based on the existing decision-making quorum, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of Anthony Forson Jr. being recommended to the House for approval, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, have not heard of any no. The ayes have it. The committee accordingly recommend unanimously by those present and voting to the House for approval of Anthony Forson Jr. as Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana. We then come to our third nominee to the Supreme Court in the person of Justice Sophia Rosta Edrokua Benasco Essa. Similarly, those in favor of recommending to the House her approval to serve as a Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members have not heard of any no. I'll take it that the committee by members present and voting unanimously recommend to the House the approval of Justice Sophia Rosta Duokua Benasco Issa as Justice of the Supreme Court of Ghana. On this note, I use the opportunity to thank the members, our revered and distinguished guests, the media, and ladies and gentlemen, including all stakeholders that supported the nominees, the committee in doing successful vetting. We look forward. We look forward to presenting the report at the plenary. Hopefully, the House may take favorable decision in their favor, leading to them working as the justices of the Supreme Court of Ghana. Honourable members, once again, thank you very much. For us to take other decisions of the committee, we plead that the non-members of the committee and the media take leave of us as we bring the curtain down.
Bernard Ahiafo is First Deputy Speaker of Parliament. He's also chairperson of the Appointments Committee. They have just concluded that vote on the nominees now. At the time we joined them, the vote was on the 3 Supreme Court nominees, Justice Edward Amoako Asante, who's got the approval over 3 decades of experience as a lawyer and a judge, the former Ghana Bar Association leader as well, Anthony Forson Jr. getting the nod as well. 25 years of experience as a lawyer and a very long time president of the Ghana Bar Association. Then Justice Sophia Rosetta Oduokuma Benasco Essa, also long time on the bench, a Court of Appeal judge, just like Justice Edward Amoako Asante. She also got the nod for the Supreme Court. Now the Appointments Committee chairperson says we will take our report to the chamber for further discussions. We know how that goes because we've seen this in the very recent past and many times in this country. But let's connect now with our correspondent, Christian Yale. Let's talk about the other 2 nominees as to whether or not those were also voted upon today, perhaps before we joined the committee again. Christian, what happened with the other 2?
And when you look at the composition of the committee right now, you realize that, as you indicated earlier, the minority earlier walked out. So the vetting process for all the 3 nominees for the Apex Court happened without the minority. Now, per parliamentary language, committee decisions are taken either by majority decision or by unanimous decision. Now, unanimous decision when everyone who is there at the time of deciding agrees. And so for all the 3 of the nominees or the Supreme Court nominees, there was a unanimous decision by the committee. Now that means that every member of the committee who was present at the time of deciding agrees. And so the yes vote for all of them who are there. Now we'll talk about a decision by majority when it happens that it could be that there are about 20 people who are there, yet let's say 14 out of the 20 would agree that yes, we should approve them, and then the remaining 6 will say that no, then you can say that by a majority of 14 votes, they have decided. Now, in this particular case, for all the 3, you do not have the minority, and so all the members on the majority side have voted yes, which makes it unanimous. Kemini, as you indicated, this does not mean that automatically the House or the plenary would go ahead to approve them, because it is one decision of the committee to approve them, and then it is another decision for the House in totality or the general plenary to consider them. That is what we expect to see possibly by tomorrow, when the committee would present its report before the plenary for a decision. And as it were, you should expect, or the expectation is that the minority would raise some objections to that process, also because they outrightly, and you played the bite, a bit of the soundbite of the minority leader, even before the vetting process would begin with the 2 ministerial nominees, would raise questions about that. So the expectation is that between now and tomorrow, when the House would sit again and even adjourn sine die, or adjourn indefinitely to resume the recess period, the committee and the clerks on the committee will put together the report. And it makes interesting, Kemini, really, to note that for the case of Justice Sophia Essa, the general understanding across board was that because she was vetted in the previous parliament and they couldn't approve the process before that parliament died and the new one we are in currently came into office, then the understanding is that she's already met that criteria, because the recommendations made as of the time gave her the green light to continue to serve or to be approved as a justice of the Supreme Court, of the Apex Court. And so largely, it was just a question, just one question that was posed to her to answer. But even that, you wouldn't, and for most people who have already shared concerns, it would have been a bit more of a rigorous, a more scrutinizing process had the minority decided to partake in this process. But again, they have had their own reservations. But Kemini, let me take you back to what has been the issue so far, what has been the brouhaha.
Christian, before you do, we lost you a little bit at the beginning of your explanation as to why, at the time we joined, the committee's vote was only on the Supreme Court nominees. And I could glean from what you said later what you meant. But for the purpose of our viewers, did we just miss the approval or the vote on the Honorable Mahama Ayariga and Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, or it is because of a matter of the absence of the minority who sat through that process?
No, I'm not sure we missed that, because then, yes, the committee, having vetted all the 5 and concluded its proceedings, would pass the vote on all the 5 nominees that it has vetted today. If it had decided to vet 2, let's say yesterday, for instance, then the vote would have gone for just the 2 of them. But they've done all the 5. So the decision to take the vote, the voice vote, to approve them at the committee level would start from where they started off before they would get to the 3 judges who were vetted at the latter part of the process.
Right. And Christian, before we get into the problems, let's set the tone for that exchange that we saw at the committee meeting today between the minority leader who's ranking on the committee and the chairperson, the first deputy speaker, Bernard Ahiafo. Let's take a look at that exchange, and then we talk about what exactly the concerns were and the responses, and put it all together in the context of the standing orders of Parliament.
The committee resolved that the referral includes the 3 judges nominees. We cannot therefore discriminate in favor of our colleague nominees and against the 3 judges nominees. I therefore consider all grounds of the minority leader as flimsy and hollow. I considered his objection to be frivolous, vexatious, unmeritorious, baseless on the facts, the rules, and the law. Therefore, I will accordingly dismiss the objection by the minority leader in limine. Thank you for your rapt attention.
Chairman, with the greatest respect to you, you don't have the power to dismiss a preliminary objection properly raised. I kept
You
quiet.
called on me.
I didn't call on. I said there's resolve.
Rule
no,
on the
I didn't
matter.
say rule. I said resolve. Don't get me wrong. No, resolve.
Honorable Minority Leader.
No, please.
Let your microphone be off.
No, Chairman, don't start your thing. Don't start it and then finish and think you can control narrative.
You raise a preliminary
you can't rule.
objection.
It's not a ruling.
And the preliminary
We take a
objection
decision.
is supposed to be ruled upon by the rules of the House.
No, which rule? Quote it. Quote which rule? Quote the rule. Quote it. If the standing order is here.
Yeah, so
mine is here.
take your
no,
standing
majority
order.
leader, take your time.
No, take your
majority
standing order.
leader, he's capable.
No, take your.
He doesn't need a lawyer.
Please.
Let him. This is it. Rule it. Open.
Take your
Open.
standing orders.
You people are taking this majority thing too far.
Open to 268.
You were my mate. You were my mate. I was called before you. I was called before you. You were my steady mate. You know my law is unsoiled. You know, Eche. You know. Don't let politics, make you behave this way.
Clerk of the committee, Chairman, I'll call upon you.
The clerk, you know the rules.
Accordingly.
That you, the clerks, know that in all situations, the committee is not a one-sided committee. The clerks, we don't want you to get into this matter. There has to be some consensus here. Don't rush to get into this matter. And we expect the clerk to Parliament to know his job.
Hereby
clerk
directed
should know.
to
You cannot
administer.
we have a say. The minority are here. And what the majority is doing is wrong. Public servant, don't get into this. It is not your duty. No, it is not your duty. You, parliamentary service, it is not your. What you are doing is wrong. When we were in power, you will never allow this. Parliamentary service, don't do what you are doing. You are not a partisan institution. You are supposed to be neutral. The ranking is here. Don't do what you're doing. Don't do what you're doing.
Eventually, the outgoing majority leader intervened in the matter, but the minority had also taken its decision not to be part of the vetting of the 3 Supreme Court nominees. I head back to our correspondent, Christian Yale, because the concerns had already been set in the morning in a press conference, only reiterated in the afternoon. Talk to us about these concerns.
Concerns are simple, that per standard procedure, and Kamini, I will take you to Standing Order 217, Standing Order 217, and when you look at the 10, Standing Order 21710, it clearly stipulates or dictates that for a vetting process to happen in this manner, now the committee has to more or less publish, and let me just read it verbatim, just so I don't paraphrase. Let me read it verbatim. It says that the 10 says, the names of persons nominated for appointment by the president shall be published in a newspaper of national circulation to inform, to request memoranda or representation from the public. Now, the minority is saying that this has not been done. Now, you recall us from recess, we come on Monday, you tell us that President has communicated to you, Speaker, to allow for the vetting of 5 nominees of his. You do not give us ample time. They are okay with the 2 ministerial nominees, and based on what they say, the concern is that at least for them, they know they are standing in the House. The minority leader is friends with the majority leader. They share that good rapport. And the minority for a very long time as well has been advocating the appointment of Dr. Zanetor Agyeman-Rawlings, especially for those who were talking about the Ministry of Health. There are those who have also spoken about the Ministry of Defense. And so for her to be appointed comes with a welcoming news. For those two ministerial nominees, they have no problem. But for the Supreme Court judges, and for the fact that, and the minority leader cites instances from the past, in the last parliament, where the leadership of Dr. Kasel Atufosin, now finance minister, the leadership of Emmanuel Amakofibua and co, objected and opposed the nomination of Supreme Court judges under similar circumstances, and on the fact that you did not, or they did not allow enough room at the time. He says that at the time, the NPP yielded, allowed enough room for the maximum days and for the rules as prescribed in Order 217 to be met, for the minority at the time to join the vetting process. That has not happened this time around. And so they were not going to accept the vetting process for these three Supreme Court Justice nominees. Now, they later will join, but walk out. Makemini, when you look at the provisions of Order 217, right after the 10, the 11 states that the committee shall report to Parliament within 3 days after the conclusion of proceedings of the committee when Parliament is sitting. Now, Parliament has just a day left, or less than a day, less than 24 hours to conclude the emergency meeting, which is ending tomorrow. And this is another concern that you would have the minority raise tomorrow, that is if they decide to participate in the general approval process on the floor, that it is not up to 3 days yet. Is it that? But as it were, the standing orders as well would make provisions where, in circumstances like this, some of these rules can be suspended or can be waived. And it is based on the same thing that the Speaker allowed for Parliament to be brought back, and then for these critical businesses to be considered within this shorter period. But again, coming in London, yesterday we had a presser by the minority, by Dr. Kabiru Mahama, who was of the view that, see, they wasted about 3 days not looking at all of these critical matters. But the question is there for the general public to judge.
Very well, Christian, I'm going to come back to you, but because you raise a point I want us to address about, the time frame the committee has to return to the House as far as their work is concerned. But before then, we know that the outgoing majority leader gave the majority caucus's version of how things played out at Business Committee in their conversations with the Speaker of Parliament and why that motion was not filed. I want us to take a listen to the Honourable Mahama Ayariga. We'll come back to you, Christian.
That President Nana Akufo-Addo, when he was president, initiated. I also don't think there's any problem with the idea. Is owned at the local level. There's local participation, there's trust, and because of that, the locals are contributing towards. These are the core objectives. If we actually, as a country, try to rather define the spheres of executive power and assign what executive power we think should be performed by local.
We apologize for the wrong insert, but perhaps, Christian, you can give us a rundown of the explanation Mahama Ayariga gave about why the motion wasn't filed, because according to him, he had instructed his chief whip, the Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dafiamekpo, to file that motion. But what happened?
What happened is one that I wish would get to listen exactly how Mahama Ayariga explains it, but as it were, there is clearly a difference between a motion and a statement. Now, that was an issue of disagreement between the leadership amongst their rank, especially when the chairman of the committee, Bernard Ahiafo, indicated that he had ruled on the decision or on the objections raised by Alexander Filmakin. And Alexander Filmakin would say that he did not have the right to rule on it because he had come in a motion. And once he had come in a motion, then it presupposes that the committee would then have to make a holistic decision and not a decision by the chairman alone. And so those are matters of their own language. And as it were, it just appears as though that did not come in a form of formation, a motion, and then it becomes an ordinary statement. And when it becomes a statement as such, then it means that the chairman, and also, mind you, the minority leader in making his claim or laying his claims had mentioned that he needed clarity or needed direction from the chairman of the committee.
Very well, Christian, I'll let you go now. Thank you so much for the report. And Christian Yale is our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent. Now, just a quick reminder of what the Minister Designate for Local Government, Religious and Chieftaincy Affairs said about that situation. There was a motion to be filed, but upon discussions with the Speaker of Parliament, the Speaker then had told the caucus that because there were indications in that notice to return to Parliament from recess for urgent business, there was no need for the motion to be filed. In addition to that, the business statement, which included the vetting of the Supreme Court nominees, had already been adopted by the House, which then, in the majority caucus's view, gave way for a waiver of 21710. But we'll leave it here. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, let's have a discussion with an analyst on what has happened so far, because the consensus for many Ghanaians who have watched this is that it was not thorough enough. Let's come back and discuss that. Don't go away.
Mino All-in-One Nutrimix is truly milky and contains calcium. So no need to add milk to that rich, creamy cup, which helps to nourish and energize your kids. Mino All-in-One Nutrimix is such a smart choice. Mino, energy to go further.
I wish I could have soft and glowing skin.
New Geisha Black Soap with activated charcoal to give you soft and glowing skin. New Geisha Black Soap and New Geisha Moringa.
I wish I could have soft and glowing skin.
New Geisha Black Soap with activated charcoal to give you soft and glowing skin. New Geisha Black Soap and New Geisha Moringa.
You think you know Gary? Think again. We are taking your favorite snack to a whole new level. Introducing Kivo Gary 4-in-1 Strawberry.
More Kivo inside, more joy for you. More Kivo inside.
Crispy with real strawberry crunchies inside.
Kivo has got you.
A taste of Ghana with strawberry crunchies inside.
More joy for you.
This advert is FDA approved.
Affairs analyst, and we'll look at what we have seen so far. Specifically, Sami Obeng is Executive Director for the Parliamentary Network Africa Group. Thank you very much, Sami, for your time. And just a quick overview of what we've seen so far. Are you impressed?
Well, vertings on the floor of Parliament or in Parliament have always had its own surprises. They've always presented, in more recent times, angles that are sometimes unexpected, but ultimately they have also delivered the purpose for which the appointment committees are set up. And so asking whether I've been impressed, of course, it would have been better that a vetting of this nature that was being watched on TV and everybody was following would have gone smoother than it went. But you cannot take some of these things away from parliamentary proceedings. They always do happen. And so it's been an okay process. It could have been better.
Could the committee members have done better in allowing the Ghanaian people to understand the nominees in terms of their plans for or how they hope to work in the portfolios where they are headed? I didn't get that. Did you get that from the interactions?
Well, for the ministerial nominees, I must say that I really wasn't expecting that in the first place. Why? Because there seemed to be this unwritten rule in Parliament where if the nominee is a leader of the House or one in leadership, and in this case, a sitting majority leader, in this case, a sitting deputy speaker or deputy president, vice president of the Pan-African Parliament. Usually the unwritten rule is that, the rigor and sometimes the intensity of the engagement is lowered out of courtesy for those in leadership. However, I think that on the issue of local governance generally, and on the issue of the portfolio that the Honourable Member of Parliament for Clotte-Korle was being vetted on, some of the nuanced issues really did come up. I think that it would have been better with the Supreme Court judges, the nominees to the Supreme Court, if the minority were present, so that there could be more rigor to it. So yes, it could have been better. It wouldn't be surprising if anybody sees it as not as rigorous as one would have expected.
So, Sami, who does it serve when those courtesies are extended to nominees?
Well, I know. I mean, it's a subject that certainly needs, a lot of interrogation, because these are nominees who, yes, they may have served excellently in the legislative branch as leaders, but they are moving to a different branch, a co-equal branch of government that requires different set of skills. And so one would have expected that the same kind of rigor would have been, given to the entire process. But this is not a thing of today. This is some form of unwritten rule in Parliament where these are extended. Maybe going forward, there will be the need to review these because, members of Parliament have argued that these are colleagues who have served in leadership. They know them. They know what they are made up of. And so usually it is not a kind that will take several hours, although we have seen some exceptions, even in the past. But for the sake of the Ghanaian people and those of us who these individuals are going to hold office for and on our behalf, it is important that all the rigor that it takes to vet one, is taken through. One would also argue whether the vetting only in asking questions and receiving responses,
very well,
in a televised manner is the only way in which one can be assessed on his or her suitability for a ministerial role. So there are always those arguments here and there.
Very well, and surprisingly, the outgoing majority leader appeared to be the one who fielded a lot of questions from the committee, despite the courtesy. Sami, we'll leave it here. I'm out of time. Thank you so much for your insight on the subject matter. More discussions at 7 and 10 p.m. here on TV3. I am Kemini Amano with the Daily Brief, and you have been briefed.